chatbots. Bhashini erases language barriers nationwide. Bhashini's growing network of partners is helping Indians access services in their own language every day. A single open language layer unites startups, ministries, banks and classrooms, so every sector can talk to every citizen. You can accelerate it. Through Bhasha Daan, citizens donate sentences, voices and words, fueling better AI for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Bhashini Data Daan is a platform for government bodies and PSUs to upload media files which are converted into rich data
Assam and Digital India Bhashini Division under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. I am honored to welcome you to the Bhashini Rajyam workshop, Assam chapter. Today marks an important step in strengthening India's multilingual digital mission. Through Bhashini, we are working to make digital services and citizen-centric platforms available in every Indian language, including the rich linguistic heritage of Assam. This workshop also marks a key milestone as we will witness the signing of further formalizing our shared commitment to enabling inclusive technology and advancing language-based digital infrastructure. We are privileged to have with us distinguished leaders whose vision is shaping the digital future of Assam and India. With these words, I once again welcome you all and invite you to join us for the enriching day of collaboration and innovation. I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come up on the stage. Srimati Nandita Datta, IAS, Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department. Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, IA and AS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department. Shri Amitabh Nag, Chief Executive Officer, Digital India Bhashini Division, METI. Dr. Ravi Kota, IAS, Chief Secretary, Assam. Shri Kekhob Mohanto, Honorable Minister, Information Technology Department, Science, Technology and Climate Change Department, Revenue and Disaster Management Department, Government of Assam. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us on the stage. We now proceed with the felicitation of our dignitaries by the Government of Assam. May I first request Shri Gopinath Narayan, IANAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department, to kindly felicitate our Chief Guest, Shri Kekhob Mohanto, Honorable Minister, Information Technology Department, Science, Technology and Climate Change Department, Revenue and Disaster Management Department, Govt of Assam, with a Phulam Gamusa. Our guest of honor, Dr. Ravi Kota, Chief Secretary, Assam. Thank you, sir. I now request Srimati Nandita Datta, IAS, Secretary to the Government of Assam Information Technology Department, to please come forward and felicitate Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam Information Technology Department. Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO, Digital India Bhashini Division, METI. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, I request Shri Sabuddin Ahmed, Under Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Srimati Nandita Datta, Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO, Digital India Bhashini Division, to offer his felicitations on behalf of the Bhashini team with a memento. Honorable Minister, Shri Kekhob Mohanto, Information Technology Department, Science, Technology and Climate Change Department, Revenue and Disaster Management Department. Dr. Ravi Kota, IAS, Chief Secretary, Assam. Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, IANAS, Principal Secretary, IT Department. Shrimati Nandita Datta, IAS, Secretary, Information Technology Department, Government of Assam. We now request Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department, to deliver the opening address and set tone for today's discussions.
Honorable Minister Keshav Mahanta sir, Honorable Chief Secretary Assam Dr. Ravi Kota, Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO Bhashini Division, Shekhar Sharma ji, our Additional Chief Secretary and the senior officers here. It's my pleasure and privilege to be standing here before you on this very momentous occasion where we are holding a one-day workshop on Bhashini Rajyam and also signing an MOU with the Bhashini to take forward this initiative. It has been said that language is fundamental, that it was the small innovation, the small change in the gene way back, maybe tens of thousands of years ago, some even say probably even 45, 50,000 years ago, which suddenly took mankind on a completely different path altogether. Language is fundamental to thought. We think in our native language. Now, the world that we see out there with so many languages, but internet is profoundly and fundamentally on a few languages. So as this AI revolution is sweeping across the world, and we're seeing large language models making such amazing advancements, we realize that the balance is not equal. These models who have been able to train on the complete internet, we find are biased towards a few languages. So these LLMs acquire ability to be multilingual from the get-go, from the word go immediately. But then they are multilingual in some of the chosen languages, maybe English, French, German. So what do we do about other languages? Do we want these languages to be left behind? So this is where we see the amazing work being done by the Bhashini division. LLMs, as we know, have done magic, but these models have been extremely large. They have been trained on parameters which run into hundreds of billions, 500 billion, and some say even 1 trillion parameters. But what Bhashini has done is to take a very innovative and amazing path towards it. They have nurtured the language development across not one institute, but a large number of institutes. Many institutes have taken the initiative and taken their own approach, taking into account that our languages are not so widely represented on the internet. A different approach is required, and not just the standard LLM ones. We also would have a constraint of computing. So we cannot put a massive amount of compute behind these training runs. So what we find as the work done by the Bhashini division is small models, a very highly performant but small models, the kind of models that I'm able to run even on my laptop. It's able to do translation of a fairly decent, I would say 95% plus accuracy, though the size is such about 1 billion parameters, max 2 billion parameters, compared to the large language models, which are sometimes hundreds of times in size. And this allows, in a very small amount of compute, a very high level of intelligence. This is a really amazing job done by the Bhashini team by engaging the research potential and the capability of hundreds of institutes across India. As on date, there are possibly 200 plus models that the Bhashini ecosystem has nurtured for various aspects of language. This is truly an amazing achievement. This MOU that we are signing today is a framework of cooperation. But the real success will lie when this whole initiative started by MeitY through the Bhashini division takes roots here and the whole ecosystem reacts to it. So I'm looking forward to our research institutes. We have IIT Guwahati, we have the Guwahati University, Cotton College, and there are so many institutes in Assam with the capability and with the know-how and the knowledge of the language which exists only within the state. And only through the concerted effort under this MOU framework that we are having will we see the success wherein our languages are performing with the same level of accuracy as we would expect when we see a Google or any of these large language models translate from one language to the other. So I'm really excited about this opportunity of taking this mission forward so that we are truly able to work seamlessly in our own mother tongue and interact with the world of knowledge, which is the internet, but interacting with it in our own language, our language of choice. This will have a profound impact on governance, how we deliver citizen services, and how the government itself transacts. So with that, I would like to request Sri Amitabh Nag to say a few words and explain to us how the work they have done. Please.
Good morning. And Honorable IT Minister of Assam, Mr. Keshav Mahanto, Honorable Chief Secretary of Assam, Dr. Ravi Kota, our Principal Secretary, Mr. K.S. Gopinathan, and Madam Nandita. It's a great privilege for me to be here today in the Bhashini Rajyam workshop, talking about what we have done till now and how do we take this initiative forward in the near future. So just to introduce, Digital India Bhashini Division is a division under Digital India Corporation, which is a Section 8 company of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Bhashini stands for Bhasha Interface for India. So it is basically talking about the entire gambit of Bhasha, which has to be interfaced across people, and our mission is to transcend the language barrier. That means bridge the language barrier and go beyond. What we do here is basically solve 5 basic problems. First problem is that computer should be able to, go back on the previous, the computer should be able to understand what I am speaking. So that is automatic speech recognition. And that too in 22 languages to start off with. And then we basically talk about the multiple other languages which are around. So, that is the framework by which we are moving across. The second problem which we are trying to solve is text to text. That means I have a text encoded in one language, I'm trying to solve in the text in the other language. So that is text to text. The third problem which we are trying to solve is the digital system should be able to speak to you. That means text to speech. So that is the third problem statement which we are trying to solve. The fourth problem statement which we are trying to solve is optical character recognition. That means whatever is printed, if you scan a printed document, it will come as a JPG or a grayscale document, which needs to be converted into machine readable format so that it can be processed for summarization for for actual knowledge in the machine. So that is optical character recognition, which is what we are trying to work upon, and that too in again 22 languages. And then our, as Principal Secretary said, and this is a very important issue which we have, is that our digital systems anywhere, has very little of, languages, our own languages having the digital footprint, which is, we need to basically increase the digital footprint. So our job also is to pick up the named entity recognition, that is create a digital glossary of the entire country where we are in a position to identify names and other important items of the places which we can actually imbibe into the digital system. So all in all, 5 problems, which we are working upon. Now, how we are working upon this? We are creating AI models. So every day, institutes like Professor Shekhar is here, every day that particular model gets created. So when we communicated last time to Principal Secretary, it was 200. Now it is 300 plus. So we are creating models which are actually building the system. So we currently have AI models for 22 languages on voice and 36 languages on text. So we have gone beyond the 22 scheduled languages originally which we were asked to do. And then we are adding languages there also. So that is one part of the thing which we are doing. The second thing which we are trying to do is to build up the platform which will render this particular AI models into services. So that is the creating the API service ID. So National Hub of Language Technology, which is the platform which we are working upon, is the platform through which you can avail this as a service. So translation as a service, or speech recognition as a service, or speech digital service, digital inclusion as a service is being provided. Now, if you actually look at it, I have built a model I have built a platform. What I have fostered is digital inclusivity as well as bringing people on the other side of the literacy divide to my system. So that is about creating an inclusivity and empowerment which is based on voice. So we are talking about voice-first system and a voice journey to your interaction with digital system, which means that voice becomes the primary medium of discussion. So I am able to today disseminate information through voice, accept information through voice, and hence, in future, I should be in a position to transact through voice, and that is what we are calling as voice journey. Currently, we operate in the text journey mode, and it essentially requires knowledge of English as well as the other thing. So multilinguality and voice is the other thing. Then we are working on use cases. So we are working with various state governments and national governments or line ministries on use cases. So can a farmer, for example, ask a question on his mobile in his own language about the sowing or reaping or the weather, and he gets the information or the advice in his own language through his own mechanism. Those are the use cases which we are working, and there are plenty of such use cases. So, grievance handling, for example, grievance in taking the grievance in is another kind of a thing, which we are working upon. Initiating AI-based call on their own language. That is also a digital telephony thing. There are low-hanging use cases like website translation, document translation, audiobook translation, many of these things which we are actually enabling through this system. So that's about use cases. And this is a sovereign stack. We went across to develop this with 70-odd research institutes. These 70 research institutes are within the country, and the reason for having 70-odd research institutes is that, if it is question of Assamese, the people here understand it best. The technical institutes here would be able to actually, work on it best. So we actually collaborated with so many institutes. There were initially there were 8 projects and 8 consortiums of these 70 institutes which were formed. One of the important things which I want you to take into account is that one of the consortium was only on data. We spent about 70 to 80 crores in collecting data from the field. Out of the 22 languages, only 6 languages had enough data to even create an AI model, right? I talked about our languages being about 2% or 1% of the entire digital footprint. These rest of the languages did not have enough digital data. So what we did was, we hired about 200-odd translators who went on the field, put a picture in front of you, started asking you to actually write or talk about it and also translate it. And that's how we created the digital data. We tried to ensure that it has got a diversity because, school children speak different languages, buyer-seller would have a different language, doctor-patient communication have different language, but as you know, this may not be enough. So, one of the primary things of, or motives of Bhashini Rajyam workshop is to collaborate with state government to actually improve the system. So, our MOU actually gives 4 basic pillars. First pillar is, we have built something, it is in a usable form right now, may not be 100% to the accuracy level, but it is at a level where you can use it, you can improve your productivity and communicate with your stakeholder, imbibe digital inclusivity, etc., and give feedbacks to us so that we can improve. So that is the first pillar. The second pillar is about improving the language model itself and trying to create the diversity, trying to create the corpus and improve the language model so that it reaches to a place where we don't have to worry about accuracy, emotions, etc., when you're talking about that. The third is to identify individual important use cases. When we went across, and that is something which you're going to see now. You're going to see how data is collected. You're going to see what applications has been developed. You're going to see the new applications which have been developed through the art of possibilities. Because the moment you bring voice into the picture and translation into picture, a lot of latent need which was there would suddenly emerge up and say that, yes, perhaps I could have done this thing. And mind you, those all use cases will come from you. You will identify the problem where you are, finding it difficult to service your stakeholders, and you will start saying that, okay, let me, start service the stakeholders. Now, this is being done in collaboration with all the people which you see on the slide. You know, line ministries, state governments, startups, public sector unit, all of them are involved in some fashion or the other to ensuring that we have democratized AI to an extent that everybody starts talking about it and everybody sees benefit around it. Going to the next slide, obviously we have this, you know, entire thing. We run a 200 GPU system, which is the largest in the South Asia environment. And, you know, NVIDIA actually says that this is one of the largest systems which we work upon. We have processed till now 4 billion inferences. That means it is a production scale system. We do 14 million inferences a day, right? We have about 100 startups plus, 100 plus startups which are there. Average response time from our system is about 200 milliseconds. So we are launching a production scale system which is actually servicing people. Go to next slide. And this is what our thing would be. There are products which are available. I would strongly urge you to download Bhashini app on your mobile and, you know, start working, using it. The converse feature would lead you to speech-to-speech discussions, whereas the other features would, you know, help you to do text-to-text and other things. As we, you know, there are multiple things which we have actually worked upon. Like, for example, the transcription which you are seeing on the screen can be converted into minutes of meeting and can be handed over to you right away. So that is, again, you know, productivity gain which we are seeing, and that can be done in multilingual format. Going back to the slide, you know, now you have, also we have built add-on services which will allow you to, you know, identify numbers, identify multiple other things which are there, which will be touched upon during the day. Going to the next slide. So this is about the performance which we are talking about. It is, you know, having production scale system since we have launched about 1.5 years back. Going to the next slide, we have multiple use cases. Today, the panchayats, you know, do the meeting in audio, record the audio and send it to Ministry of Panchayati Raj, which transcripts it and converts it into minutes of meeting. And that minutes of meeting is actually used by Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Lok Sabha actually did a, you know, a POC for transcribing the entire session on the floor language. Ministry of Rural Development has given it to all the Lakpati Didis to communicate and sell their products. Today in IITF, all the Lakpati Didis have the Bhashini mobile to use that across. Kumbh Mela created a chatbot which was used by the tourist to ask a question and get the answer back in their own language. UP Police used it for missing and found place because that's where the language barrier comes in. Right, so number of use cases have increased. It is integrated with e-office. You can dictate your note now in your own language as far as the e-office is concerned. So multiple things. Grievance redressal in CP grams is going to be, you know, the logging of the complete grievance is going to be through voice. That means the language will be automatically identified. He will speak. It will be transcribed. The categories will be identified and the things would be routed automatically to the person. So, you know, the advancement of technology is also leading to a very voice-led business process re-engineering in the government so that, you know, things can move very fast, and also we are inclusive as far as the things are concerned. Because, you know, interacting with digital system on voice is giving a very different paradigm to everything. Good. So, you know, again, these are more statistics, but, you know, giving you a kind of thing. The feedback loop is on. We have till now got about 18,000 feedbacks on our system with respect to translation and other things, and all get acted by the respective research institutes who have developed the model. So, we know there is obviously a time lag which is happening, which we are trying to crunch, but the feedbacks are taken into the system and taken forward. Go next. Now, this is one of the other important things which we have, then I'll take a half a minute to touch upon it. We are building all these language, you know, with collaboration with state government. So in Maharashtra, we deployed a system for farmers to have their advisors in Marathi. We found that the digital language, our models hadn't seen the Marathi language terminologies for agriculture there. So what we did was that we are launching a program called AgriDan, where we are having 10,000, mobilizing 10,000 students who will speak out those agri words to the system, and that will be used as a data set for training the model. So that is something which is about Agridan. In Nandurbar district of Maharashtra, there are 5 tribal languages. So we are working with them to build the tribal language model. Mind you, in tribal languages, the script does not exist. We have to create a script, right? So we have to work on that particular thing. So that is another level of inclusivity. And similarly, wherever there is a improvement which is happening, on the right-hand side, what you see is domain-specific glossary. We are creating a pharma glossary. We are creating a schemes glossary. And Lok Sabha, for example, has given us 40,000 words glossary, which we have ingested into the system. NCRB has given us 20,000 words, which we have ingested into the system. So, Ram Khoon karke bhagya is not Ram ran away with the blood. It's a murder situation. So the normal translations are different in different contexts. So that is what we are trying to do, and the glossaries are getting developed in conjunction with line ministries as well as the the state government. Going to the next slide, I think this is what we have inflicted as far as use cases are concerned. I touched upon few use cases as I was working upon. We impact about 30 to 40 crore citizens today in some way or the other in all the domains, and we will be touching upon those use cases with discussion there, and hence looking forward to the things. In all use cases, we have adapted the model to that particular domain, and we are working on narrow domain, knowing our constraint very well, that we don't have enough digital data and we have to create digital data. But the fact of the matter is, if we don't start using it, digital data will never get created, and we will be continuing to lag behind the world. Right? The next slide is what we are talking about, co-creating one of the largest AI multilingual voice-based platform, and trying to basically foster inclusivity both in digital and literacy terms today, besides transcending the language barrier, and besides increasing the productivity for people like you and me, who can now speak out and do many things which otherwise they had to write or type. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring guidance and your commitment to India's multilingual digital future. May I now humbly invite our guest of honor, Dr. Ravi Kota, IAS Chief Secretary, Assam, to share his address.
Good morning to every one of you. Namaskar. Honorable Minister, Information Technology, Science and Technology, and Revenue Disaster Management, Sri Keshav Mahanta Dongriya. I'm our special guest who came all the way from Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, CEO Digital India, Bhashini Division, Sri Amitabh Nag. Sri Gopinath Narayan, my colleague, Principal Secretary, IT Department, Ms. Nandita, Secretary, IT Department, Mr. Kalyan Chakravarti, Additional Chief Secretary, and all other guests who have come, professors from different colleges, representatives of literarians, other stakeholders, and more সহকর্মী বন্ধুসকল, জয় জয়তে আপোনালোক সকলোলৈ মই আন্তৰিক শুভেচ্ছা আৰু হুলাক যাচিছোঁ। আৰু বিশেষকৈ আজি ইয়াতটো আসাম চেপ্টাৰ বুলি কৈছোঁ আমি, ভাষিনী ৰাজ্যম ৱৰ্কশ্বপ, আৰু আজি আমি MOU সহি কৰিম। আপোনালোকে ইতিমধ্যে শুনিছে মিষ্টাৰ অমিতাভ নাগ, ডিজিটেল ইণ্ডিয়া ভাষিনী ডিভিজন, সেইটো বস্তু ইতিমধ্যে বহুত ষ্টেটৰ লগতে MOU সহি কৰিছে। আৰু আজি মই তাতে বহি ইমান বছৰ অলৱেজ নট ভেৰি ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট, কাম চলি আছে, এণ্ড হাউ ডাজ ইট মেটাৰ আমি কেনেকুৱা কাম কৰি আছোঁ। বাট at the country level, Honorable Prime Minister and the Ministry of Information Technology Electronics, hetu kotha bhabi iman importance dise such a big country, when the country started with its own constitution, 14 languages asile amar official languages, etia 22 hoise 22 hoise mane ki mane that's enough. Maybe we have 2200 other languages, 22,000 dialects. Still there is a communication kotha bilak konte ami kiman durlake bujisu koisu. More nijor kotha moi koisu, my Andhra Pradeshor pora gotike mother tongue is Telugu. Mother tongue is mother tongue. Whether ajikali ami sarva shiksha abhijan ba amar learning outcomes, teaching outcomes school bilak review koro. Dimasa ye jagat Karbi Anglong, what there are some other locations where different kind of a languages are there apart from Assamese, Bodo and Bengali. Tilokor, there even Sabagan Bilagot. So their absorption capacities are not that much. Tate learning outcomes are not good. School dropouts are more. Because mother tongue got ji keta kotha bilak ji dhonat ami buzu. Baki languages buji bolai kosto kori bolagibo. At the same speed you can't run. Moi class 12 loke Telugu vernacular medium pohisu. Then because how the system forces us to get into multilingual thing, I am trying to explain that. Then my graduation BSc agriculture, MS agriculture was in English, because when you get into higher studies, our system thinks that if you are in English medium, then it's easy to get into different kind of more literature, more references, more knowledge. Then thereafter Hindi amar of course 3 language principles of except Tamil Nadu baki state bila kore amar Andhra to 8th class loke and 10th class loke Hindi thake, but you should get just 25 marks to pass. But these things we learn for the just passing out the examination. You will not be able to speak in Hindi. Then I went to Delhi for doing my PhD, 3 years Thokote, then Hindi, Delhi to Hindi nakowa ke to nahobo. Then Akhama hisu, Akhamiya hikibo lagibo, manu logote kenako kotha patibo. Aru akaman option language ke ba eta lobo lagibo, amar departmental examination. Bengali loisu gotike Bengali akaman lekha pora manage koribo para. To 5ta language motamoti hoise. But now if I go back after my retirement, if I don't settle in Andhra, I will settle anywhere outside of Andhra. More Jeevan to heck hoi jabo, but more mother tongue to I have not put in full kind of a potential. Or I look back, then I see that kiba eta language ot moi bhabibo parim ne, moi ekdam 100% bhalke buju, bhalke chinta karu etu particular language ot I can communicate, I can do my productive thing. No hobo. So therefore this language, in India people say that so much of diversity, every 20-30 kilometers khana, the way we eat, little bit of a change will be there, the way the accent will change. Everyone may be saying Nalbari, Barpeta also, they also say speak Assamese, and Upper Assam also they speak Assamese. There is a difference of accent. So therefore there is so much of changes. So how the pronunciation and all those things, now technology has come as a blessing. আজি আমি ইয়াত বহিছোঁ, মই এইটো এটা প্ৰশ্ন সুধিবলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ, because again within this house, whatever my story, perhaps story of everyone. So how many people you can speak Telugu or understand Telugu? Raise your hands. So only one, except Kalyan Chakravarti, no one knows. If I speak in mother tongue, perhaps now if I go to my place, Gawant Jam Ketia Kiba Koru public meeting ot mate, then Telugu my speech dibolai kosto koru. Mane words napam kenako, normal conversation is bilag, when you are speaking somewhere is different. So how many of you can understand Bodo? Aji yet 1 2 3 4 5 says around 6 or 7. How many you can understand Bengali? Now numbers, more hands have come. How many you can speak Assamese or understand Assamese? All of you. So therefore now this sometimes literary organizations also they keep demanding Akhamiya hobo lagibo, Bodo hobo lagibo, Bengali hobo lagibo. Now this is such a golden opportunity to realize whatever you have been thinking, perhaps 1,000 times more we all can do together. Because the kind of things have come now, slowly maybe we will release a technology whatever the compulsions whereby we try to learn other languages. Jadi Chennai Apollo goi pela jadi ekdam gaawar Akhomia manuk ba Bengali manuk Bodo manuk jadi Hindi thudi ase ba kiba English thudi ase doctor to ami reply dibo pora nai. Now that kind of a compulsion jadi nai. Jadi dhorak moi Telugu mother, because that's why people say that people who have a whatever the mother tongue, whatever the language, it's nothing called it's which is superior. Superiority is the mother tongue. So whoever has the mother tongue, they should think, if I speak in Assamese, then I will have to translate in my mind 2-3 levels. Janako Bhashini translate kore through system. So in this system, it has to go through. But Akhomia manu, Akhomia kotha, patha, poha, likha, sinta kora, arjiv, whoever, whatever the mother tongue. So that is the best. Perhaps we are going towards that direction. And Bhashini, this kind of a technology and coming from the government. One is that within the government, how we will communicate is one portion of Bhashini's thing. Second one is that how we will talk to the citizen and how citizen will communicate, citizen to government, and with all the stakeholders. Jadi amar gute life or there is no compulsion to speak anything other than the mother tongue. Whatever the language in effectively we are communicating, that effective communication can happen through speaking in our own mother tongue. Then what is the requirement of learning so many languages? Why I need to put so much of pressure on my system, and my system is getting confused every day. So how I can give the best in terms of my creativity, my productivity, my communication, and my society as a whole can go forward, and economy can go forward. So that kind of a potential thing is there. Aji amar IT department, IT minister Sarakuma Antarik dhanyawad disu, because this MOU looks very something kebata MOU kori goisu kotha nohai, looks something very simple, but it is very powerful kind of a thing. Ami at a clear roadmap loipilai to begin with whatever the within the government we can do. Aru tapisot ami agbadi kenako kuriu panu. Aru in fact amar Assam ekodate hok, aru Bodo vibhinna dhoroner Bodo Bengali. We know as a society everyone has that demand, and it's a rightful kind of a demand that more mother tongue. Kintu this is the biggest challenge. I mean, if Bhashini can overcome the challenges in places like Northeast Assam, because we may talking about these 3 languages, because the 3 languages are there, they're part of the 8th schedule and 22 languages. But we have many other languages where still we are struggling, and their numbers may be looking minority and small number, but we need to, when the technology reaches to that stage, even these people can communicate in their own mother tongue, and when the voice kind of a thing, and also the pronunciation. And one more interesting I will tell you. I keep explaining to the people. I don't explain every time, but when there is an occasion I explain. But today I got the opportunity related to language. In Telugu there are 56 alphabets. That's why, I mean, British called it Italian of the East. More number of words, more number of vowels means more number of combination. You can create more number of words. Eta bostu different words of explain kuru pade. So there some, when English alphabets kimanasa minadanu 26. So iman difference of some of the translation to English at no hai. So my title English of everyone knows is KOTA. In my village or in my society, they will pronounce differently, but that is the original thing. Because even Akhomiyatu word as ta. Ta you will write as TA, THA, or how you will write. If you write THA, then without knowing ta, then they say kotta, kotha, THA how you will write, tha how you will write in English. So those kind of problems are there. So when it gets anglicized, it will get into this. Then we in the bha. This is what we write wa, that one in Telugu. So my pronunciation, the way it is written as Ravi, but Akhomiyat ami Robi boli pronounce koru. So now all these kind of complications, how we will cut through the technology and then each mother tongue will get that authentic kind of a reflection in day-to-day activity. I think that will remain a next level kind of a challenge. Perhaps we'll be able to overcome that. মই অকণমান বেছি সময় লৈছোঁ, বাট এনিৱে থেংক ইউ ছ' মাছ আজি সকলো আজি ইয়াত অহাৰ কাৰণে। আৰু আমি সকলো সৰু ডাঙৰ নহয়, আৰু গভৰ্ণমেণ্টত বাহিৰত থকা বুলি কথা নহয়। Everyone, whoever is speaking, whoever is writing, whatever the language, at least to begin with in 3 languages, if we start using this, I think within no time, whatever we have not been able to achieve last 50-60 years, we are going to achieve in the next 1 year. So that is the kind of a, but only thing is that it has to come into the practice. It has to, people start using. It's not that kebata bostu something we have kept in lock and key, then it will perform for us. It's not going to do that. Okay, again I convey my heartfelt thanks to Digital Mission Bhashini Division, and also our IT department for taking this thing. And from the state government, we are committed. Honorable Chief Minister issued various kind of notifications. We should communicate what are the languages, SMEs, Bodo, Bengali, different parts of the state. And perhaps that also will get much push and help from this kind of initiative. আৰু সকলোকে পুনৰ মোৰ আন্তৰিক ধন্যবাদ। আজি গোটেই দিনটো ৱৰ্কশ্বপ আছে, আপোনালোকে পাৰ্টিচিপেট কৰিব নিশ্চয়। এট দ্য এণ্ড অফ দ্য ৱৰ্কশ্বপ ইউ ফিল এনৰিচড। আৰু সকলোকে পুনৰ মোৰ উষ্ণ আদৰণি জনাই মোৰ বক্তব্য ইয়াতে সামৰিছোঁ।
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and your support for citizen-centric digital governance. It is now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Shri Kekhob Mohanto, Honorable Minister, Information Technology Department, Science, Technology and Climate Change Department, and Revenue and Disaster Management Department to deliver his keynote address.
Good morning. Chief Secretary, Government of Assam, Dr. Robi Kota, Additional Chief Secretary, B. Kailan Chakraborty, Principal Secretary, IT Department, Shri Gopinath Narayan, and our special guest from Delhi, Shri Amitav Nag, CEO Digital India, Bhashini Division, Secretary IT Department Nandita Dotto, Dr. Shekhar Sharma from Guwahati University, Head of the Department IT, আৰু ইয়াত উপস্থিত আমাৰ অসম চৰকাৰৰ বিভিন্ন বিভাগৰ বিষয়াসকল, বিভাগ আৰু তাৰ লগতে যিসকল বিশেষকৈ আমাৰ গুৱাহাটী IITকে ধৰি গুৱাহাটী ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি বা অন্য অনুষ্ঠান প্ৰতিষ্ঠানৰ উপস্থিত আমাৰ এই বিষয়ৰ লগত জড়িত বিভিন্ন দায়িত্বত থকা ব্যক্তি তেখেতসকললৈকে মই মোৰ আন্তৰিক স্বাগতম জনাইছোঁ। তাৰ বাদেও অসম সাহিত্য সভা, বড়ো সাহিত্য সভা, বঙালী সাহিত্য সভাকে ধৰি যিসকলক আমি নিমন্ত্ৰণ কৰিছিলোঁ সকললৈকে মোৰ পোনপ্ৰথমে আন্তৰিক ধন্যবাদ কৃতজ্ঞতা জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ। Language plays a crucial role in shaping both individual and collective identity. We all know that the Clause 6 of Historic Assam Accord, which is mentioned by Chief Secretary also, promises to provide safeguards to protect the cultural, social and linguistic identity of the Assamese people. Today, we are taking that spirit into the digital era by ensuring that our languages are fully present in governance, technology and public services. the government of Assam has already decided that through notification dated 14th April of 2025 that all official work of the government is to be done in official language. This is a clear direction, and it now has to be implemented through practical tools, workflows, and capacity buildings. Bhashini under the Digital India program gives us technology foundation. মই এটা কথা তেখেতৰ বিশেষকৈ জ্ঞাতাৰ্থে ক'লো, বাকী কথাখিনিতো আমি সকলোৱে জানো, আৰু টেকনিক্যাল কথা গোটেইখিনি বৰ বেছি নোচোৱাকৈ আমাৰ চিফ সেক্ৰেটাৰী খুব সুন্দৰভাৱে গোটেই কথাখিনি কৈ গৈছে। আজিৰ দিনটো ভৱিষ্যতৰ কাৰণে আমি দেখিছোঁ যে মৌলিক কথাটোৱে হৈছে আমাৰ ভইচ মানে আমাৰ মুখৰ যিটো মাত শব্দ, ইয়াক আমি টেকনলজিৰ জৰিয়তে আমি ইজনে সিজনে বুজাকৈ ব্যৱহাৰ কৰিবলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ। মই বুজাত সহজে এইটোৱে বুজিছোঁ যে আমি ইজনে সিজনক বুজাকৈ সহজে আমি ইয়াক মানে টেকনলজিৰ জৰিয়তে আমি ট্ৰান্সলেট কৰিবলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ। আৰু আমি পৃথিৱীৰে কিন্তু আমাৰ নিজৰ ভিতৰতো গোটেই ভাৰতবৰ্ষখনৰ গোটেইকেইখন ৰাজ্যৰ যিকেইটা ভাষা সেইকেইটা ভাষাত ইজনে সিজনে যাতে আমি গোটেইখিনি মানে আদান প্ৰদান হ'ব পাৰোঁ। আমি দক্ষিণ ভাৰতত প্ৰায় দেখিছোঁ আমাৰ চিকিৎসা কামতে বেছিকৈ যায় মানুহ, তাত আমাৰ সাধাৰণভাৱে চলাৰো অসুবিধা হৈ যায়, কাৰণ তেখেতসকলে হিন্দীও নুবুজে আৰু সকলোৱে ইংৰাজী নাজানে। মানে ইংৰাজী নজনা মানুহ নহয়, আছে পঢ়া শুনাখিনিয়ে জানে, কিন্তু বাকী সাধাৰণভাৱে কেতিয়াবা নাজানে। তেতিয়া আমাৰ যথেষ্টখিনি অসুবিধা হয় আমি চলি থকা ক্ষেত্ৰত। গতিকে আমাৰ ইয়াতো বিশেষকৈ অসমত আমি বড়ো, বঙালী, অসমীয়া এইখিনিৰ যিটো মানে আমাৰ ভিতৰত অতি প্ৰয়োজনীয়ভাৱে হৈ থাকে, এই কথাখিনি আমাৰ খুব দৰকাৰ। আৰু আমাৰ মানে এটা কথা উল্লেখ কৰা ভাল হ'ব যে আমি ভাষাক লৈ মানে বিশেষকৈ মই বেলেগ ৰাজ্যৰ কথা নকওঁ, অসমখনে বহুদিন মানে ষ্ট্ৰাগল কৰিব লগা হৈছে। এতিয়া নহয়, স্বাধীনতাৰ আগৰ পৰা অসমত ভাষাৰ মাধ্যম চেঞ্জ হৈ গ'ল। 1960 ইয়াত ভাষাৰ মানে মুভমেণ্ট হ'ব লগা হ'ল। তাৰপিছত অফিচিয়েল লেংগুৱেজ এক্টখন 1960 হৈছে। গতিকে তাৰপিছতো এই এক্টখন প্ৰয়োগিক দিশটো আমি পৰ্যালোচনা কৰোঁ, কিন্তু প্ৰেক্টিকেলি প্ৰয়োগ নহয়গৈ। নোহোৱাৰ অন্য অৰ্থ নহয়, আমি ব্যৱহাৰিক কথাবিলাক লাহে লাহে আমি অসমীয়াতকৈ ইংৰাজী ভাষাত সকলোৱে সহজলভ্য কৰি পেলাইছোঁ। সেইকাৰণে হয়তো প্ৰয়োগিক দিশটোত বহুত আগবাঢ়ি পৰা নাই। মই এই কথাটো বুজাবলৈ যোৱা নাই, মই বুজাবলৈ গৈছোঁ এইটো যে ভাষাক লৈ যিটো সমস্যাৰ সৃষ্টি আছিল নহয়, এই টেকনলজিয়ে এইটো আমাৰ মাজত কিছু নাইকিয়া কৰিব। কাৰণ মই বড়ো কোৱা মানুহজনে বড়োত কৈ থাকিলে হ'ল, মই অসমীয়া কোৱা মানুহজনে বুজি পাম। মই বঙালী কোৱা মানুহজনে বঙালী কৈ থাকিলে হ'ল, মই অসমীয়াত বুজি পাম। মই অসমীয়া কোৱা মানুহজনে মই অসমীয়াত কৈ থাকিলেও তেওঁলোকে বড়োত বুজি পাব। গতিকে আমি আমাৰ মাজত যিটো বিশেষকৈ অসমত এই প্ৰব্লেমটো আছিলে, ভাষাক লৈ বহুত দিন আমি মানে আমাৰ ষ্ট্ৰাগল হৈছে। মানে বিভিন্ন সময়ত য'ত আছাম একৰ্ডত লিখিব লগা হৈছে আমাক ছেফগাৰ্ড দিব লাগিব বুলি, এইটো ক্লজ 6ত। কাৰণ আমি ইনচিকিউৰ আছিলোঁ, আমি চিকিউৰ হ'বৰ কাৰণে এখন একৰ্ডত এইটোক স্থান দিব লগা হৈছে। কিন্তু এই টেকনলজিয়ে আমাক কিছু হ'লেও ইয়াৰ পৰা ৰিলিফ দিব। আৰু এতিয়া আৰ্টিফিচিয়েল ইণ্টেলিজেন্সৰ যিটো যুগ চলি আছে ইয়াত আমি এই যিটো ইয়াৰ কাৰণে ট্ৰান্সলেট কৰিব লাগে বা হেৰি কৰিব লাগে সেইখিনি আমি খুব সহজে পাৰিম বুলি আমি মানে সহজলভ্য হ'ব বুলি ভাবিছোঁ আৰু ইয়াত আজি মই আশা কৰিছোঁ যে আমি বিশেষকৈ আমাৰ চৰকাৰী বিভাগ আছে তেখেতসকলে আলোচনা কৰিব তেখেতসকলে যাতে এটা কংক্ৰিট প্লেন লৈ যায় আৰু প্লেনটোৰ পিছত গৈ আমি নিজৰ ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্ট নিজৰ তাত ইজিলি যিখিনি কাম কৰিব পাৰি মই কোৱা নাই খপাকে সব কাম একেদিনাই কৰিব পাৰিব সহজে যিকেইটা কাম কৰিব পাৰি সেইকেইটাত ইয়াৰ প্ৰায়োগিক দিশটো খুব সোনকালে আৰম্ভ কৰি দিব লাগে আৰম্ভ কৰি দি আমি দিনে দিনে তাত প্ৰথম যেতিয়া কি যিকোনো কথা এটা ব্যৱহাৰ হয় অলপ মাজে মাজে তাত অসুবিধাৰ সৃষ্টি হ'ব পাৰে কিন্তু লাহে লাহে ই খুব সুন্দৰভাৱে হৈ যাব এতিয়াও আমাৰ চলি নথকা নহয় আমাৰ যিকোনো অফিচিয়েল নটিফিকেশ্যন ইংৰাজীত ওলাই যদিও এটো ইমিডিয়েট ট্ৰান্সলেট হয় অসমীয়াত মানে আমাৰ এপ্ৰিল মাহৰ যোৱাবাৰ পৰা ঠিক কৰিছোঁ যে অসমীয়াটো ওলাব লাগিব ওলাই আছে কিন্তু কৰবাত তাত মানে ট্ৰান্সলেটটো কৰোঁতে অকমান অসুবিধা আমি দেখা গৈছে ঠিক তেনেকৈ আমাৰ মানে the MOU we are signing today with MEITI and the Digital India Bhashini Division is an important step and in this journey. It creates a framework for deep collaboration and technology data and the use cases so that Assam can both benefit from and contribute to the national language AI ecosystem. মই এখেতসকলকো ধন্যবাদ দিছোঁ এই কাৰণে যে তেখেতসকলে আমাৰ ইয়াত যেটো পাৰ্টনাৰশ্বিপত আহিল আমাৰ মেইটি আৰু আমাৰ ফ্ৰম ভাচিনী টিম এখেতসকলক মই ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ কাৰণ তেখেতসকলে আগবাঢ়ি আহি এই ব্যৱস্থাটো লৈছে আৰু বিশেষকৈ গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়াই এটা খুব সুন্দৰ পদক্ষেপ ল'লে গোটেই ভাৰতবৰ্ষত এইটো এটা যেটো আমাৰ কমিউনিকেশ্যন আপোনালোকে অপ্ৰিয় হ'লেও বহুত কথা জানে এই হিন্দী ভাষাটো যদিও ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় ভাষা সবতে আচলতে সব ষ্টেটে সেই ধৰণে গ্ৰহণ কৰা নাই নিজে তেওঁলোকৰ নিজৰ মাতৃভাষাত যথেষ্টখিনি জোৰ দিছে আৰু তেওঁলোকে চেষ্টা কৰিছে এটা মানে সাধাৰণ উদাহৰণ চেষ্টা কৰাৰ কি মই কিছুদিন আগত এটা গুজৰাটত এখন ইণ্টাৰনেশ্যনেল মিটিঙত আছিলোঁ য'ত 73 জন 73 ফৰেন ডিগনিটৰী এম্বেছাডৰ আছিল 73খন দেশৰ তাৰপিছত এজন আমাৰ প্ৰাইম মিনিষ্টাৰৰ বাহিৰে আৰু এজন প্ৰাইম মিনিষ্টাৰ আছিল ৱৰ্ল্ড হেল্থ অৰ্গেনাইজেশ্যনৰ ডাইৰেক্টৰ জেনেৰেল হু আছিল কিন্তু গুজৰাটৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে আদৰণি ভাষণ দিছিল তেওঁ গুজৰাটী ভাষাত দিছে তেওঁ হিন্দীও কোৱা নাই ইংৰাজীও কোৱা নাই মানে ভাষাক লৈ এখন ৰাজ্যৰ যেটো সেন্টিমেন্ট মই হেতু কৈছো মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে আদৰণি ভাষণ দিছে আদৰণি ভাষণটো গুজৰাটী ভাষাত দিছে গতিকে আমাৰ বিভিন্ন ৰাজ্যই ভাষাটোক লৈ তেনে ধৰণে আমাৰটো ইয়াত দুজন অসমীয়া নুবুজা বহি থাকিলে আমি ইংৰাজীত কওঁ নহয় দুজন বৰ বেছি 2-3জন বাহিৰৰ গেষ্ট আহিলে আমি তেখেতসকলে বুজিবৰ কাৰণে সকলোৱে ইংৰাজীত কওঁ কিন্তু তেখেতসকলে তাত ইমান কিখন ৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ মূৰ মানে ৰিপ্ৰেজেন্টেটিভ থকাত গুজৰাটী ভাষাত ভাষণ দিছে গতিকে এই ভাষাটো সকলোৰে এটা সেন্টিমেন্টত মানে এটা নিজৰ বস্তু গতিকে হেতুত আমি এই এআই সিস্টেমে ৰেসপেক্ট কৰিব মানে এটু সিস্টেমে ৰেসপেক্ট কৰা হ'ব তেওঁ গুজৰাটী ভাষাতে দিয়ক কিন্তু আমি সেইদিনা তেওঁ আমাৰ ভাষাত আমি শুনি ল'লোহেঁতেন বা হিন্দীত শুনি ল'লোহেঁতেন গতিকে এইটো আজিৰ এইটো সিস্টেমে আমাৰ ইয়াত কিছু সমস্যা মিনিমাইজ কৰিব আমাৰ চলি থকা মই আপোনালোকৰ ইয়াত সকলোৱে টেকনিক্যাল কথা পাতিব মই ইমান দিনে চলি থকা যিবিলাক সমস্যা যিবিলাক আমি অনুভৱ কৰিলোঁ নহয় মাধ্যম আন্দোলন কৰিলোঁ ভাষা আন্দোলন কৰিলোঁ কিবা কিবি কৰিলোঁ এতিয়া আজিৰ দিনটোত আমি অলপ ইয়াৰ কিবা এটা টেকন'লজিয়ে আমাক অলপ ছাপোৰ্ট কৰিছে যেন লাগিছে ফিল কৰিছোঁ যে এইটো টেকন'লজিয়ে আমাক কিছু ছাপোৰ্ট কৰিছে আমাৰ কমিউনিকেশ্যনটো খুব মানে ভাল হ'ব সহজ হ'ব গতিকে আজি এই গোটেই কথাখিনিৰ কাৰণে মই ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ আৰু এইটো আমাৰ চৰকাৰৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত খুব ক্ষিপ্ৰতাৰে আহিব ভাল হ'ব আমাৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডাঙৰীয়াই খুব ভালকৈ পদক্ষেপ গ্ৰহণ কৰি যোৱাবাৰ কৈছিল যে 1 বহাগৰ পৰা মানে 14 এপ্ৰিলৰ পৰা নতুন অসমীয়া বছৰৰ পৰা অসমীয়া মাধ্যমত সকলোখিনি ইয়াত চৰকাৰী কাম লিখা পঢ়া হ'ব আৰু আমাৰ মুখ্য সচিব ৰবি কটা ডাঙৰীয়া তেখেতে সকলো কথাত মই দেখি আছোঁ খুব মানে নিজে ইনিচিয়েটিভ লয় এই মানে এইটো ক্ষেত্ৰতো তেখেতে নিশ্চয় লৈছে আৰু ল'ব গতিকে মই ইয়াত থকা সকলোলৈকে মোৰ ধন্যবাদ জনাই আৰু আমাৰ ইয়াত উপস্থিত হোৱা আমাৰ দিল্লীৰ পৰা আহি এই গোটেই কথাটোত সহায় কৰিবলৈ অহা অমিতাভ নাগজিক মই ধন্যবাদ জনাইছোঁ আমাৰ সকলোকে জনাই মোৰ বক্তব্য সামৰিছোঁ ধন্যবাদ
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your visionary words and for inspiring us to take the mission of Bhashini forward in Assam. I now request the esteemed dignitaries to kindly launch the field guidebook of Bhashini. We now move to one of the most significant moments of today's program, the MOU signing ceremony between the Government of Assam and the Digital India Bhashini Division, METI. This MOU marks a strengthened long-term partnership to build multilingual digital resources and inclusive citizen services. I humbly request Shri K.S. Gopinath Narayan, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Information Technology Department, and Shri Amitabh Nag, CEO of Bhashini Division, to sign the MOU. We thank both the organizations for their efforts in making this collaboration possible. We will now take a short tea break. Kindly reassemble at 11:45 for the workshop session. we begin the workshop sessions, we will take this moment to felicitate distinguished language experts, academicians, and members of the Bhashini team for their contributions. I request Shri Sahabuddin Ahmed, Undersecretary, Information Technology Department, and Shri Pallab Sharma, Head SEMT, to felicitate our guest. First up, I request Dr. Pranab Jyoti Narjari, Secretary, Boro Sahitya Sabha, and Assistant Professor, Pandu College, to come forward for the felicitation. Okay. Dr. Bridul Basumatari, Assistant Professor, Dibrugarh University, and representative of Boro Sahitya Sabha. Dr. Borun Kumar Saha, Assistant General Secretary, Bangla Sahitya Sabha, Assam, Assistant Professor, Guwahati University. Srimati Nibedita Chakraborty, State Member, Bangla Sahitya Sabha, Assam. Dr. Shikhar Sharma, Professor and Head of the Department, Department of Information Technology, Guwahati University. Up next is our Bhashini Technical and Support Team. Shri Shailendra Pal Singh, Senior General Manager. Shri Ajay Singh Rajawat, Senior Manager, Onboarding and Support. Srimati Jyotishmita Devi, State Engagement Manager. Srimati Trisha Singh, Consultant. Srimati Swati Sharma, Consultant. Srimati Asha Bhatt, Consultant. Srimati Harshita Upadhyay, Consultant. Shri Manas Kalita, Language Expert. Srimati Neha Rathore, Young Professional. We extend our sincere gratitude to each of you for your outstanding contributions to language development and digital inclusion. With the inaugural program concluded, I now humbly hand over the mic to the Bhashini team to lead the workshop sessions ahead. Thank you.
Hello everyone, a very good morning. So I'll be talking about digital public infrastructure. As you can see in the slide, Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker. These are the well-established digital public infrastructure for different kind of work item. For example, Aadhaar is for digital identities. It gave us digital identity platform. UPI gave us digital payments. DigiLocker gave us digital documents, digital IDs. These digital public infrastructure transformed how India lives, work, and access services. But what about one of the most important things that connects every Indian? Our language. A nation of 1.4 billion people, where more than 36 Indian languages are spoken, thousands of dialects are there, and millions of citizens for whom English and Hindi are not their primary language. So, if digital services, governance, healthcare, agriculture, and learnings are available only in a language of citizen cannot understand. So, can we call it truly digital India for them? Can a governance be inclusive if it's not speaking, if it doesn't speak the people's language? Farmer in Assam who wants to get information of subsidy form, a patient who wants to know medical instructions or any doctor consultation in their own language, a student who wants to learn Assamese, a citizen who wants to use digital services by speaking, not just by typing. So all these everyday needs depends on language, which digital infrastructure ensures they are not left behind. So that is where Bhashini comes in. India's language now becoming a digital public infrastructure. Bhashini is building a multilingual voice-first AI digital ecosystem that enables technology to communicate with citizens in the language they understand and in the language they trust. Because when public services are delivered in the citizens' own language, access becomes the adoption, participation becomes empowerment, and digital India becomes truly inclusive. Now that we have talked about why India needs a digital public infrastructure for languages, let's look at how Bhashini makes it real. So it's a living digital ecosystem made up of multiple digital properties that work together to bring multilingual technology to India. These properties are the building blocks of our language DPI, enables every state, every department, every ministries, every citizens, services, every innovation partners to use the language AI at scale. Now, let's go back for a moment. When Bhashini started in 2022, it wasn't a massive platform, it wasn't a big portal. It was just a small website, a few pages, a vision, and a starting point with a simple question in mind, like what if every Indian could use digital services in their own language? That was the seed of the mission. And then something incredible happened. In just a short period of time, the mission grew and states got involved, ministries got involved, the startups, the universities, the researchers, the language communities, all become a part of its journey. So from that small beginning, Bhashini has now grown into India's most significant digital public infrastructure in the making. Not a single product, not just a single application, but a full ecosystem for language technology. Today, Bhashini is building language TPI with 40 plus digital assets, supporting multilingual innovation, 135 interconnected web pages, products, applications, tools, dashboards, and real-world adoption. Translation, speech, document, images, and video AI services. We have API and portals for state, government, ministries, developers, and researchers who can use the API and integrate into their portals or interfaces and make it multilingual. We have the unified website portal that is bringing every capabilities, everything under one roof, under one place. Then the official website, Bhashini's official website, today is much more than a website. It has become the forefront for language DPI, for India's language DPI. It's a place where you can find everything. You can explore the entire ecosystem of Bhashini, our offerings, our active engagement with different stakeholders, our innovation laboratory that we call Prayog. You can explore the communities that we are building. You can explore our awareness and outreach programs that we do, like right here, right now in Assam, we are conducting a workshop, Rajyam workshop. So all these workshops, seminars we are doing throughout the states, throughout the nation, across the nation. So you can explore it on the website. You can access the APIs, documentation, the data sets, the models, and collaboration pathways, how you can adopt Bhashini services and solutions. So this is what we are building. So it is categorized between three categories: what we have done, what we are in progress, and what we will build in upcoming future. So you can scan the QR code if you want to see the field guide that was launched half an hour back by our official dignitaries. It's there on the website portal. You can go through the document. All right. Now, let's move to one of the most action-driven part of the ecosystem, that is Bhashini Arpan. So this is where you'll find all our products, our services, our dashboards, everything, whatever we are offering to our customers, our users. So think of Arpan as a service and solution hub where innovation meets impact. And you can find out the translation services, the application suites, the operational transparency. You will see the service leaderboard with benchmarking and scoring system. You'll see the Gyan Kosh. You'll have so Gyan Kosh is something for a knowledge repository where we populate all the guidelines, all the standards, all the documents related to our data sets, models, and products. Then we are building talent community also, where young professionals can join the mission and be a part of it. Then we have Bhashini Udyat. So Bhashini Udyat is all about the API, which you can integrate in your system. So as I mentioned, Bhashini services, we are having different services, text translation, speech translation, across 36 Indian languages. Then we have a Bhashini application suite, where we are having different diverse applications, products, across different use cases. So we'll study each one of them one by one. So this is Bhashini Anuvad. So it's a web portal where you can explore the Bhashini services with advanced NLP options. You can use text-to-text translation, text-to-speech translation, speech-to-speech translation, document translation with advanced options on the right-hand side of the panel. The website link is there in the slide, Bhashini Anuvad. Then we have Bhashini translation plugin. So this is one of our products which enables all the websites multilingual. So if you want to translate or make your state portal or official website or any website multilingual, accessible in all 22 Indian languages or 36 Indian languages, you can request for Bhashini translation plugin. Then we have Bhashadan. So Bhashadan is a crowdsourcing portal where customers contribute the data across 4 different pillars while speaking, while writing the data, while seeing the image and then typing the data, and while listening. So these are the 4 basic pillars across which user contribute the data to create a large data set so that we can refine it and move it towards the model building and all. Then we have Bhashini mobile application. So it's a pocket translator that lets users speak and understand and translate on the go in their own preferred language. I would like to request you all to scan the QR code and download the application. In this, we are having features like converse feature, real-time translation. So you can easily converse with anyone in your preferred language in real time. You just have to tap the mic and start speaking, and the conversation will begin in real time. And this, we are having the text-to-speech translation, speech-to-text translation also. So it's a pocket translator that you can use anywhere, anytime. Then we have Bhashini Sayogi. So now Arpan is where our offerings live. Bhashini Sayogi is where innovation truly comes alive. Why? Because language technology cannot grow in isolation. It needs the states, the ministries, the startups, the departments, the universities, the industries, and the communities to work together, to come together, to co-create solutions. So that is exactly what Bhashini Sayogi does. So think of Bhashini as a collaborative bridge, bringing together everyone who wants to build India's multilingual AI digital future, under which we are having different stakeholders under Sayogi. So one of them is Bhashini Rajyam, the state government, central government, Samuday. We are building communities across different domains. Like we are building a community of higher education institutes. We are building a community of language experts. We are building a community of translation service providers, the startups. If you want to be a part of that community, you just have to explore the website, request to be a part of our Sayogi partnership. And we do hackathons also, innovation challenges to co-create solutions for specific use cases to solve the real-world problems. So now we are having the products, we are having the stakeholders. So we have to connect a bridge or provide a portal where they can access those products and services. So we are having one centralized gateway, that is our onboarding portal, via which any user can register themselves, be a part of its state government, ministries, NGOs, private sectors, anyone. They can just choose their organization type and they can proceed to the onboarding portal and request for different services, what they want, and the products they want to explore, with mentioning the use cases what you are having. Then we have Bhashini Prayog. So Bhashini Prayog is where the services are born, tested, and constantly improved. So Bhashini Prayog is our experimentation and research hub, where engineers, researchers, data scientists test and refine the advanced India's language AI models, under which we're having different segments. Parikshan application, that is our reference application, where you can see all these applications that I have talked about, the application suite in action. So you can explore those products on our official website also. Then we have Abhiyantriki Prayogshala, that is for the engineering platform, that is basically for engineers, our engineering platform, where they manage the project teams and cloud infrastructure for the data and models we are building. And then we have Avinay Prayogshala, that is for the researchers, where they explore, they create, and they develop the models for the language, for the different language models and data sets. Then we have Model Vartika and Data Vartika. So that is a repository portal for models and data sets, where you can explore the domain specific models and domain specific data sets. Then we have Bhashini Pravakta. So once we build all these digital assets, we need to reach every citizens and every user. So that's where Pravakta comes in. So it's a voice of Bhashini, via which we reach to you. So it's how we take the Bhashini to people through awareness, workshops, campaigns, and more, ensuring that the technology we create is not just built, understood, adopted, but celebrated across every state and language. So it it works on 3 different pillars: awareness, adoption, and action. So this was the ecosystem that we have talked about. Like, we are having Bhashini Sayogi, the stakeholder engagement pillar. We are having Samuday, which is for the community building entity. Then we are having Bhashini Arpan, which is for the offerings, the products, the services, the dashboards. We're having Pravakta for outreach and awareness programs. We are having Bhashadan for crowdsourcing the data for different languages. We're having Prayog, where we experiment and we build the data and model. So by showcasing our product, tools, services to you, we are not just spreading awareness. We are not just spreading awareness to you. We are actually encouraging you to adopt it, inspire via action and around our digital assets and properties. I would like to request you to explore our digital assets on our website. I would like to request you to participate in our workshop hackathons, in upcoming hackathons or workshops and challenges to create multilingual solution. You can explore the contribution portals, language resources, domain knowledge, and other use cases through different initiatives. You can be a part of our Sayogi to build pilot and state-level integration and real multilingual public services. So let's not just witness the future of the India's multilingual digital infrastructure. Let's be a part of it, contribute, and build the language TPI. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Astha. We were so excited to start the workshop. We forgot to introduce ourselves. So Astha was looking after the look and feel of the different user journeys and the website overall. Ki khobor? So this is Shailendra Pal Singh. I look after the platform. Along with me, colleagues will have multiple use case, products, different demonstration that we are going to do, but we'll focus on the platform on which Bhashini resides, and the platform is National Hub for Language Technology. That's the name of the platform on which the system. Okay, it is working. All right. So as on today, when we are saying National Hub for Language Technology, where Bhashini resides, Bhasha Interface for India is the full form of Bhashini. It's not a word. It's a short form of Bhasha Interface for India. So we support, as on today, 36 languages. We have 42 plus different services in the platform. 4 billion plus inferences that we have caused. 4 billion inferences when we say 4 billion times the system got hit for the different services that we have. Daily basis 13 million plus. Models we are hosting 359 to be very precise. Glossaries, app download 70, which sir has already covered. I'll not repeat. We'll focus, try to take you through the different services that we have. If you look at it, we have our website, which Astha just talked about, is the one platform through which you can see everything. If I see this, bhashini.gov.in is the website. If you go to Arpan, under services, you will see host of services that we have, the different. Over the period of time or in the later half of the day, we will cover all these services, how they are in action overall, but then this is the place where you can see the different services across different languages. Taking few examples, if you see neural machine translation, it is available in 36 languages, meaning apart from 22 scheduled languages of India, we have the support for these. Similarly, for other services like automatic speech recognition, text to speech, they are the different services. We'll come back on this later. Wanted to show you that this is the place where you can see it. Now, there are a lot of products and services already built on top of National Hub for Language Technology. But what is behind that? Meaning, it's a very strong statement if we say that, okay, there are applications and products which you can use for your daily translation or any other services which Bhashini support. But then there is a strong background or a strong platform which hosts these systems, which is almost in line with what you have the social media platform like Instagram. These kind of open source technologies is what being used as part of this. We'll just cover on few things that this is all platform all about. We have onboarding system through which you can get all the services. We have Bhashini Udyat, whatever we have built, the different APIs and different solutions built on the latest tech. All is open source, meaning they are all cloud agnostic. You can just simply do it on any, even if you have a compute capacity within your data center, this system can be deployed. So that scalable and portable, the system has been built. We have standards, Swagger standards that are published on the website. The infrastructure that we create using Terraforms, meaning you are not doing everything manually. You have the scripts also in version, or you are writing script or you are writing code for creating infrastructure. I mean, gone are the days where we used to create everything manually, spin up a server, buy a server and then do it. Cloud has again helped you to do the things, but then again we have gone next level where all these things are also part of the script. We have a strong observability stack. We have performance mechanism through distributed caching and CDN. We have security all certain provided. We have security as the first thing in every other step of the application development, right from taking the models and then putting it in production environment to the time where you have these models available. We are doing CI/CD, all automated configuration management. You are not doing everything manually, meaning the application is designed in such a way that when you deploy or when you see a new feature, the application is not gotten down. So there is always a new feature available. I mean, have you ever seen Facebook is down because of maintenance and then you see a new feature? Every other day you see a new feature on the similar principles that we have it. We have strong cloud management underneath and all open source tech that we are using. If you see at the right hand side of it is the thing. Again, 200 ms is the standard response time that we have been providing as part of our SLA. 99.99% is the uptime, 13 million, just repeating. When we are saying these different services, we are talking about speech to speech, let's say example, right? When I'm speaking in one language and you're getting the response instantly, imagine that what we have to do underneath. Meaning when we are expecting real time in the morning, when sir was demonstrating, when sir was, the CEO was speaking about the overall system and talking about Bhashini, he was talking in English and then instantly the translation and transcription was happening. How it is? Because of the ultra lightning speed, we are doing everything in parallel. You have audio getting generated and then you have a transcription created using our speech to text, and then you are doing a translation at the same time using text to text neural machine translation service, and then you are generating audio also with specifically for speech to speech. Everything is happening at the same time instantly, so there is a process behind. Text to text translation, so you detect a language, the service is invoked, it detects which language that you have a text is written. I mean, something Dravidian languages you might not be familiar of, whether it is Telugu we were discussing about, right? I cannot distinguish whether it's Telugu, Kannada or a Tamil language. You don't know what exactly it is, but then you want to translate it in Assamese, right? So you just copy it, the system detects, okay, this language is Kannada, and then it translates to Assamese in translation. So it polishes format also, so there are multiple processes as well. In the video translation, we will cover with the demo, we have a tool called Chitranuvad. So there is English content available already. So it extracts the audio out of it, and it gives the translation, again, NMT services being invoked. And then you see, okay, whether the translation is all okay, and you convert, again, the sound in the targeted language, in this case Assamese with TTS, and then you save the video, and then you have the video all generated in one language to another, and we stitch back to what timestamp English was spoken to the statement by statement in what second in Assamese. So that is how you can create. Image translation, we do use OCR, optical character recognition. So if you see the different services, one of the services, key and important service that we have, you have document in scan, or you have a document which is already digitized, or imagine that you are passing through a road and there is a billboard, you don't understand the local language, you just take a picture and then convert the text out from the picture to your translated language and get the format output. So image translation tool, again, we'll cover in the second half. So these are the different, if you see, text to text translation, image translation, video translation, and speech to speech. The core we have in Bhashini is the different services that we've talked about. CEO in the morning spoke about the 5 key elements and the services that we have. Using that or using other services on top of it, we are doing a real world scenarios and implementing the different solutions. Now, we just talked about the different services overall, but then I just want to take you through the journey as how this NHLT platform adds value and how it is important and impactful for you to understand that we've got the models as we speak, right? We have got the models from our institutes, 70 plus institutes, different models, the different problem statements were given. And then after that, the models are available, right? It is not a job of, just copy pasting. The models are there, which are, of course, right, research institutes have developed for specific problems. There are a lot of engineering tasks also which come into place. It's not like, just copy paste, you've got the PDF document and then you're pasting it in platform. It doesn't work that way. So there is a misconception that hosting a model is a simply copy paste job. It is definitely other. We have all models open source available, so you can go through our website and look at it. What are the different models available which are open source? We do a lot of engineering tasks after the model come to a place, and it is very critical. And how it is? The model has to run every other time. So whatever time you hit, you are expecting a response. You're giving text, and you want the response to be coming in. In the translation, which model guarantees with whatever accuracy it has. It has to be efficient and, of course, scalable. With India 1.4 billion. Every day we are getting almost 1.5. We have received 20 million requests or 35 million requests also in a day. So that has been itself is a great task or a heavy lifting job. So what do we do? Inefficient inference, that's something that we cannot compromise with. Whatever text is expected one to another language, it has to be properly inferenced. So we have GPUs and CPUs, which of course, if you want to hold or if you want to deploy the models, maybe in your infrastructure, you would require a solid GPUs and a backing of the processing, which is expensive in nature, and then you want everything real time. There is a dependency hell. There are different models, of course, open source. So you have different technology that you can use, meaning I'm running application in Python, you can use it in Java or any other Ruby or any open source language. So there is always a dependency hell, meaning you have to make sure that your platform serve whatever technology open source and the models are available. And then there has to be a standard also with the interface. So we have built interface, we have standard in place. Ulka is the standard, meaning you want to deploy your model, we have provided the schema. If you built everything in that schema, we would be able to serve those models also. So that's the thing. So it's beyond 70 plus research institutes that contributed in the model overall. So this is the journey overall, how we take model from one to a production grade system. So we ingest and audit the model, whether the model that we have received or that model we are working on is inferenceable, security audit, everything happens, ingestion happens, we validate the dependencies, everything, and then we optimize it. So I'll talk about optimization also in later, but then it is really important what you get as model, and then you have to run it the very least resource used, so that you don't run a data center in yourself, but then you want to serve language as a service. Then standardization, I talked about the ULCA, and then containerization. So I'm building a model, it is working in my system. It should also work in whatever system you deploy, right? So you have to have a system which you can deploy any place without having saying that, okay, my model, it is working in my machine, in our servers, it is not working in your server. So that something we kind of delete in our system. If you look at it, what do we do when it comes to optimization? So we do quantization. So neural network all work on 32-bit floating point, and then we have to make sure that these heavy models should not be served. Then we have to do the optimization, so integer 8-bit to do that, and then without having compromisation with the accuracy, we ensure that everything is in place. We do pruning, so when the models are in lab, there are a lot of redundancy also. So we have to refactor all those things at the same time to make sure that this is optimally used. And there are different format conversion also. So different models that we use for different purposes. We have models for edge devices, meaning the models can run on mobile phone also. For that, we have different systems available. The inference that we do from ours, we have all TensorRT, ONX, and OpenVINO. So depending on the different here, and we have different mechanism for the format conversion and how the model optimization takes place. Then again, compatibility and containerization. We have to ensure that the dependencies are not there. We have to ensure all the libraries are intact when it is moved from one to another without having much of the hardware dependencies, specifically on libraries front. We are running we are building, or the model weights and the inference code that we are updating every now and then is to be immutable, and whatever it is being for next 1 year, 2 year, 3 years without having any challenges if there is a specific version. We do API standardization, security validation I talked about. We have to ensure that everything is properly audited. It ensures that everything is there, though we have every phase, we have security is a key and primary thing. Scalability, we can spin up almost 200 GPUs. We are reaching to 200 clusters available, handle millions of requests a day without taking the system down. Quickly, the last slide, right? If you want to summarize it, a tale of two models. The model size that we get, right? It could be 2.5 GB or even more. And then we have downsized to inference speed. If you use the same models that you get 800 ms, with the same model, we have compressed it to a level where it gives you 60 ms inference speed. if you run the raw models, you will end up having for 1 million requests, you won $20. I've just kept dollars because all cloud service provider keep dollar as the base. $215 per making sure that applications are maintainable, scalable, reliable, manageable, at the same time portable, so that anyone want to replicate it. It's a fundamental of DPI. Want to replicate can use the system as is and getting served and help the nation to run such large system that can cater to billions of citizens of their respective country. With that, I just take a pause. If there are any questions, this is what I wanted to cover as part of the infrastructure NHLT that we have in our system.
Yeah. You have anything more to add?
So just wanted to cover on these front key. Yes.
Any questions we have?
Please.
Yeah.
Because there are maybe idioms also which are particular to one language. So if this can be, it is just a question that had come to my mind.
Yeah. So see, when we start building a system, we start looking at it from a perspective that whether it can, it's like building up a child. So the child first learns, is this a chair? Is this a table? Then it starts learning that chair is for sitting and table is for, doing multiple things, that is studying, having food, etc., etc. So currently, if you actually ask me, our model is in that journey, right? The respect for emotions, history, culture, etc., will come in when the model starts seeing those historical books, those historical cultural activities which are supposed to be there. And in that situation, it is important for all of you to actually contribute towards that. We, as perhaps somebody sitting out in various locations, may not be fully aware of the context of the sentence or a proverb or anything which has been spoken. We might just be translating it literally, right? While as this means, 100 more things which comes from the culture or from the history. So it is important for us to digitize those things and then put it into the system and let the model learn out of it, then it is there. So what we look forward to is that particular thing when we are trying to talk to you, that can we basically look at what all our model should learn out, what all the child should know, which all historical books should know. So if you treat this as a child who is growing and learning, you will be starting to say that these are the courses which needs to be done, or these are the historical books which needs to be studied, or these are the things which needs to be done. So that is something which is very important, and the context, the thing which you have brought out is a very important aspect, but that is a journey which we want to work with you on. So that's what my submission will be. Any other question?
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much for clarity.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Sentiment analysis means, see what, okay, so let me step back and talk about this session which we had talked about. See, on a very important aspect of the session when he had talked about speech to speech, text to text, or video translation or image translation, he has pointed out the basis of all this is the text. Ultimately, computer understand text or 0 and 1 at the lowest level of the thing, right? Now, when we add sentiment analysis on the text, it is a post facto analysis, which will not perhaps not so much help. If you are able to put input, capture emotions at the input side, then take it to the translation, then it would perhaps help, right? So those are technologies which are developing. On speech side, it has already, it's still evolving. On text side also, we have to create those nuances where we say that, okay, in Assamese, if this particular language is spoken this way or written this way, then it is humorous or it is basically having this. So you're right, but should we put it on post you translate, or should we put it at the input side is a question which we have to answer. And for that, again, the deep knowledge of language is very necessary. Otherwise, we will be missing out some of the things which are wrong. Any other question? So a few things which perhaps come out of these two before I hand it over to Professor, I would like to basically point out to you is that one, we covered right now what are the different ways in which you can engage with Bhashini, and that is all about the digital portal which Astha covered. That means you have a community, you can use the system, you can also put in the your cultural nuances so that people know around the country in 22 languages that these are the things which we celebrate here, these are the things which we work upon here. So those are where those we want to bring out. So we have a portal like, we have a thing called Utsav, which we want to celebrate with you. So that is the historical and cultural nuance which we want to put it digitally so that it is known in 22 languages and it is known, and some of these things can be put into the language model. So that is one, that we have approximately 40 ways in which you can engage with us, and we are trying to build community, we are trying to do all the things which are required. And mind you, this is a co-building effort. So if you have suggestions, you can come back to us and say that, look, this is not looking fine, maybe can we change, can we work it out? So that is number one. Second thing which, Shailendra's presentation was technical, and, we thought that it would be necessary for you to understand that what is the basis of all the translation work or all the work which is happening, which is text, which he brought out quite well, in terms of saying that whenever I am working on anything, it comes out as text-based, right? So that's how it is there. And over a period of time, this may change, but currently it is that way, and that is how we are treating it. And that is, primary context of that is that we are still deficient on the data of the system. If we are having data both on voice and text and other modalities, we will be happy to actually take it forward. One, of course, people have different ways, technologists work in a different way. The purist on language will have a different view on that, but this is current situation which is there. The second thing which he has brought out on this is that, we are, trying to see how these models can be optimized, and the future generation of models will be further optimized, and what all are the work which is required to make it. So, whenever you are looking at any of these AI models or thinking, you have to think through that it has to get onto a platform with a lot of engineering before it is taken into the system, right? In the afternoon, what we would be covering is that we will cover the demos of the product, right? We will cover the demo of the use cases, and also we will cover one of the very important factors as what is data and how AI models are built with data. So, the building up of the entire session would be like that. So, let's wait for the things to go across. I think we will have his session's time, if you can take it up. And then perhaps if we have more, then we will take up to 1:30 something which we can do. And after that, we will take some of these things after lunch. So I would, encourage you to actually look at various things, various demos, and then point out various things which are there. You have the transcript of the morning?
Yes, yes, yes. It's around 10:50.
Is there? How many of you saw the transcript which was being run, and how many were able to identify the challenges on the transcript? Because it was done in a very short duration, obviously because a lot of dignitaries were working on were there on the stage, hence we didn't want to, we wanted to focus on presentation as well as the speech. But any initial comment on that? Because we will be carrying forward those demonstrations later, means there will be different demonstrations which are there. Anything which you want to comment as of now?
Yes, opening.
Anything?
Sir.
Yeah? So did you see those happening? Means was there an instance, means I don't think there was a noise at that point in time, but see, these mics are directly linked to the entire thing. So, and these are noise cancellation mics. So any issues which you have found in translation, which is coming in, because those are the issues we would be dealing in the afternoon. No, okay. No, right. What else?
So we have not been able
Yeah, please.
intergalactic data, which is cross animation, is to translate that.
Just 1 second, I think. The mic is there.
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, what we have found that there are problems at the syntax level and at the semantic level also. Like how that can be resolved and what strategies Bhashini is about to.
What I would suggest is that if you can take 5 instances for the afternoon session, jot it down, specific instances, and we will try to resolve it, or we will find
here itself on the screen only we can point
so
out.
I would just like you to actually put it down, put 4 or 5 of instances down, and then we will start working on specifics to take it across.
Sure, sir.
Right?
Thank you so much.
It is done. But the point which is important is that, are you basically able to, from a usability perspective, where you are? So there are 2 points which we will discuss in the afternoon, but let's take 4 or 5 specific instances to move forward. And we will go down in detail. And the idea of the session which is there on data as well as model is that only. Right?
Thank you, sir.
What else? Any other? I agree. See, the point means, had I been, had anyone been, we've all been able to create a model of a language which is essentially your language sitting at Delhi, perhaps we wouldn't have been here. So that is the fundamental point. The thing has to be co-created from the thing. So wherever we are looking at improvement, let's jot down 5 instances and we will address that as how we can improve. What could be your role and what could be our role, right? And there will be more demos. This is just one. There will be more demos on that, and we will basically look at all these instances where we are able to co-create and build the things together. Yes. So, Professor, yours.
B. Singh, Professor, IIT Guwahati. Shri Priyanku Sharma, Professor, IIT Guwahati. Shri Pradeep Kumar Das, Professor, IIT Guwahati. I now hand over the mic to Professor Shikhar Kumar Sharma, Head of the Department, Information Technology Department, Guwahati University, for the next session.
Yeah. So, Principal Secretary, IT Department of Government of Assam, Mr. Gopinath, Mr. Nandita Datta, Mrs. Nandita Datta, Secretary, Information Technology, Government of Assam, Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO of Digital India Bhashini Division, MeitY, professors from different institutions, representative of different organizations including Ahom Sahitya Sabha, Bengali Sahitya Sabha, Boro Sahitya Sabha, and government officials, the officials of IT department including team from Amtron and team from Bhashini division, and all the participants. Thank you very much. So my presence here is as part of the Bhashini actually. So we work for Bhashini at Guwahati University. So my presentation is, although it is confined to Assamese and Boro language technologies, but mostly our association with MeitY and our association with Bhashini. So the talk is as part of the Bhashini. So I will basically talk on advancing Assamese and Boro language technology. What actually had happened, I will not go deeper inside the technicalities, but I will address few concerns that that have been raised. So syntactic level and semantic level translation is really a very difficult task, and really these issues are the main critical issues in neural machine translation or any other machine translation system. The neural machine translation system is the contemporary system and technologies that engines are built upon. So if you remember that 4 different verticals of Bhashini that he has presented, so tools, services, then dataset and models. So we work for the dataset and models for Bhashini. At Guwahati University, we have been doing it since last 17, 18 years. And currently, we are working for the 2 verticals, dataset and models. So we build models for Bhashini in terms of Assamese and Bodo languages. So now see, the criticalities of machine translation. Machine translation is one of the tasks that we need seriously. See, it's actually very difficult even for the brain. So I'll take the liberty to experiment with little examples. Just in continuation with what was discussed. See, the translation that we do through the brain. So I eat rice, suppose. Yet Ohomia janu, most of us, ami Ohomia aru Bengali janu. Gotike Boro jikhini ase tekhetokole Ohomia okoman jane. So I take the liberty of giving an example of I eat rice. So I usually Moi khao bhat. Moi khao bhat. The translation of the words. What is the translation of I eat rice? So you unknowingly, you just sense the positions of cow and what. You said, when I asked you, what is the translation of I, and then I eat and rice, you said that I means moi, it means cow, so moi cow bhat, and when I asked you that what is the translation of I eat rice, you said that moi cow bhat, no, moi bhat cow. You sense. So this is what your brain does. Your brain doesn't work only at the vocabulary to vocabulary level translation. Your brain works at a different layer. So that layer is, she raised the point, the syntax, the structure of the language. So we follow a different structure. The English follows a different structure. So every language has the very primary structure is SVO and SOV, subject, verb, object, and subject, object, verb. I am moi cow bhat, moi bhat cow. So moi is the subject, then moi bhat cow, object. So SVO, so I am SVO, and my English friend is SOV. So I am SVO, like I am Mac, you are Windows. So I am SVO, my English friend is SOV. So my brain does. When the brain has the capability unknowingly through our learning of the language. Even if your grandparents, they never went to the school, they never had the blackboard, they could compose a very good sentence with all the vocabularies available in the mother tongue and also all the syntaxes. And when I learned the second language, I have a second language acquisition. So that's again another issue in linguistics. So when we learn the second language, we learn not only the vocabulary to vocabulary translation, but also we learn the grammar, which is called the syntax. The machine has to know that. She has to know that she has to change the position of cow and what, eat and rice. So how she will know? It's very difficult for her to know how to change it. If she doesn't know to change the position of cow and what, then she will create the translation of I eat rice as moi cow bhat, which is not a good translation. So she has to know all those things. So like when another question you asked, like the cultural nuances, etc. Kerala bhaji. So Kerala bhaji has to be translated. So when I translate Kerala bhaji, aji bhator logot Kerala bhaji khalane. So Kerala bhaji should be bitter gourd. So now Kerala bhaji, Kerala as a word, a translation, a system that she has, if she knows that Kerala is the name of, say, the state in India, so it will be Kerala, and bhaji will be fry. So how she will know that Kerala bhaji means the bitter gourd, the dry fry of bitter gourd? So there are many complexities that we need to tell her that you do this. We cannot do it. That everything that we cannot tell, you do this, you do this, you do this. So we have to make her learn. Where from she will learn? Where from we learned? We learned from our brain's exposure to a vast amount of data. What are those data? The vocabularies that we started with the ma, and then the structure of the language in terms of the grammar, the structure of the sentences, and also we go beyond the structure. We go for the disambiguation of the semantics, the meaning. So we say in computational linguistics, we say that a word doesn't carry meaning. Word carries senses. Words carry senses. One single word may have different senses, like kola. So kola may be art, kola may be the color, and kola may be different. Say kola may have a different sense. Like we used to give say classical example, I bank on the river bank. I bank on the bank on the river bank. So that is a classical example that we go for when we go for the AI and NLP classes. So I bank on the river bank. So there are 3 banks. How do you know that what is the first bank? I bank on the river bank. What is the first bank? I bank on the river bank. What is the first bank? Depending. I depend on the bank. What is the second bank? The financial institution. What is the third bank? I bank on the river bank. The third bank is C. For my brain, for your brain, it's bank, and bank. And I could disambiguate the senses that the first bank is a verb, meaning depending. Second bank is a noun, meaning a financial institution. And third bank is another noun, the geography. So how I disambiguate is is actually a very long process, the disambiguation of those words based on the syntax, that normally when it is after, a normal English structure is when it is after a subject, then normally it is a verb, so I go for the verb sense. And when it is in the proximity of the river, then I go for the third sense, that is the geography. So I do that. So how she will do that, how a neural machine translation will do that is very difficult. So that's why how I know should be replicated to that let her also know. And one way is the neural learning. The neural learning is like that. So if those who stayed in boys' hostel, if you stayed in boys' hostel, you know there are people like Kobiraj, no? We call Kobiraj. Boys' hostel ot ami ki ko Kobiraj. What is the Kobiraj? Boys' hostel ot Kobiraj kak koa hoy? You remember? Girls' hostel ot nokoi sadharanate Kobiraj. Boys' hostel bilakot kisumanok agote Kobiraj buli koy. Kak koy Kobiraj? You remember? He mosto Kobiraj. Kak koy? Jone mosto bohe porhe onobrat ekdom piles of books. He has piles of books. Then in a fine evening there is a problem. Problem is not solved. Tinjon sarijono majot. Then Kobiraj asks Kobiraj. Why you ask Kobiraj? Why you give the problem to Kobiraj? Because it is expected that Kobiraj has gone through all the piles of books, and there is a solution that Kobiraj may give. The Kobiraj is the LLM. So why the Kobiraj is exposed? Kobiraj's brain was exposed to lot many data, lot many books. So it is expected that the Kobiraj biological neural network already learned many things. So we feed data. If we can feed data to her, then it is expected that the neural engine, the artificial neural network, will have the understanding of what the contents are. It's not only the words, it's not only the morphology, it's also the syntax, also the discourses, also the pragmatic use of the sentences, and the world knowledge. So Mary went shopping for a new coat. When she got it home, she found that she really liked it. Mary went shopping for a new coat. She got a red one. Mary went shopping for a red coat. She got a red one. When she got it home, she found that it really fits her. What did Mary buy? Tell me. What did Mary buy? Mary went shopping for a new coat. She got a red one. What did Mary buy? A red coat. Where I told you that Mary bought? In the first sentence, I said, Mary went shopping for a new coat. Mary went shopping for a new coat. She got a red one. Where did I say about buying? But you instantly answered, your brain answered, when I asked you, Mary, what did Mary buy? You instantly said that Mary bought a new coat. Mary bought. Where is buying? So buying is a script that is world knowledge that is there in your brain. If someone goes for shopping, something, a merchandise is got back to home, that means the buying happened. So your brain knows that buying happened, so instantly your brain, your cognitive model, extracted that something happened, and that is the buying, that verb buy. How she will know that buying happened? It's very difficult for her to know, unless and otherwise you tell her that yes, buying is a script, and if those things happen, then buying happened, then only she could understand and she could tell. So there are many such nuances that actually, so cultural nuances like say you in English, you, tai, teu, teket in Assamese, or in say our languages, Indo-Aryan language, tai to me, teket. So if I say, if someone is my sisterly, okay, suppose I say Heuzi, okay, Heuzi is my junior colleague. So I can say teu, or even if she is close to me, I can say tai tat bohi ase. She is sitting there, tai tat bohi ase. So I cannot say that to Gitanjali. Gitanjali is her colleague. So Gitanjali is not close to me. So I will normally say teu bohi ase. And then I will say to Gopinath, tekhet bohi ase. So these are all that when you translated, you asked that question, when we translated from English, you translated to few use as to me, few use as toy, few use as tekhet or apuni, like that. So how the machine will know that? Machine will get only one he or one she or one you. So these are the aspects that we need to tap. So when a human translator will do that, but a machine translator, it's difficult unless and otherwise you give a huge amount of data, like the Kobiraj. So you give a huge amount of data. Huge amount of data, where from those come? They will come from the web scraping. Everywhere in the digital world, the data are there. What are those data? Those data are only English, mostly English. So where from those nuances will come? If you have data. So that's why data creation, data set creation, not only data set for training, but also data set for learning. To make the machine learn, the data sets are required. So that's why one of the aspects where Bhashini gives emphasis is the creation of data sets. So creation of data set and the modeling both. So we are part for Bhashini for Assamese and Bodo, creation of data set as well as the model training, etc. So I am Shikhar Sharma. I teach in Guwahati University in the Department of Information Technology. So Assamese and Bodo, we all know, but for maybe few of you are from Delhi. So 2.3 crores is total. So 1.53 crores first language, and then another 75 lakhs who are speakers, actually not mother tongue. So around 2.3 crores, and for Bodo it is Bodo it is 15.5 lakhs. So 14 lakhs native first language speaker and other speakers, and both are scheduled languages of India. Both are medium of instructions for both right from primary to university level. So why Assamese and Bodo language technologies? Because the services, digital services and digital say literacy penetrated to the grassroots. Even illiterate people. What is the literacy rate in Assam or India? Average is 70 plus. So in Assam it is 71, 72, 73. Even those who do not know O, A, Ko, Kho, A, B, C, D, they have the handheld device. So they have the handheld, they use. So how to? Means they may not know to read, but they can hear and they can listen and they can understand. So the digital machine penetrated like anything. So now it's only the machine penetration, the service penetration. So service penetration to them, how it will happen? So it has to be in a language that they know. What is the percentage of people, Indian population, who can at least work in functional English? Functional English is I go, you sit, I eat. At that level, so those who know, jone jane nokobo, nojona bilake etu uttor diok. Jone jane, those who know these statistics, you don't tell, you shut your mouth please, because we need to guess. Baki bilake jone na jane, what is the percentage of people who have the functional knowledge of English in India? Na jana bilake guess koro. Bharator kiman percentage English jane? English jane means I am not telling about all those linguistically English jane translate koribo pare. At least functional English jana manu India kiman percentage ase. Jone jane nokobo nojona bilake kok. Any idea? Any guess? Any guess? 30. Any other? 15. 30. 19. 19 is discrete. 90%. See. 90% people know English in India. Okay, that's an answer from us. Why that's an answer from us? Because we think that we are India. Actually, we are a mere below 20% of India. So different statistics, there is no authentic statistics. Like you think that 90% of the people know, because, so if we feel that 90%, even 50% of people know English, then also there will be huge impact of what the English available in the tools, technologies, applications. It will go to 50%. But surprisingly, it is say less than 20. Different sources say it's 6 to 20%. So 6 to 20%, they have the functional knowledge of English. So 80% people, they are not getting the fruit of this digital revolution. 80% of Indian population. They do not know A, B, C, D. So if they do not know ABCD, the screen says ABCD, so what is the way out? The way out is teach them English. We experimented for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we are receiving 20%, and that's not required. That's not required. So there are mother tongues, they are familiar with all the languages, and it's easier to create this machine in my language. So let's create the machine in my language. And that takes hardly few years. That takes hardly few years. So you have piles of books, like the Kabiraj required 2 years of higher secondary to read all those books. We have only, thanks to the very strong GPU and very affordable memory, that we can, if we can accumulate all those knowledge, we can give to her, and she can learn in 2 days or 3 days like that. So thanks to that advancement of technology, that we can actually do. Only problem is that the data, the information, the knowledge are in English, so we need to create those in Assamese, we need to create those in Bodo, we need to create those in our own languages, so that those data are essential information that she could learn, and from learning, now she has the brain to answer you in your language. So this is our journey, right? We started in 2008, so we started with the, that time it was DIT, Department of Information Technology, and in, I think, 2012, DIT was the Department of Electronics and Information Technology, and from 16 onwards it is MEITI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and then 2020 we have this Bhashini. So we are part of this DIT, DIT, MEITI and Bhashini at Guwahati University from 2008. So in 2008 we started with basic standardization of language technologies for Assamese and Bodo. Then we moved to WordNet. So WordNet is a very strong lexicosemantic database. We developed both WordNets for Bodo and Assamese. Then we shifted to the cross-lingual information access, CLAA system, that is called at MEITI, that is called Sondhan. So that is cross-lingual information retrieval. And then in 2020 onwards, we started, when the MLDL came, machine learning and deep learning came, standardizing all those resources for model building and testing. And in 2022, when the Bhashini started, we became part for Assamese and Bodo. And the Bhashini NLTM, we call it ISAN. So we are part of Assamese, Bodo, Manipuri, and Nepali. These are the 4 scheduled languages in Northeast India. So we have a consortium where the ISAN consortium, we work at Guwahati University, we work for Assamese and Bodo, bidirectional neural machine translation. Bidirectional means those backbone engine of Bhashini. So those model will go to Bhashini, and then bidirectional means English Assamese, Assamese English, English Bodo, Assamese Bodo. Then English Bodo, Bodo English. Then also Assamese Bodo, Bodo Assamese. So these are bidirectional machine translation system. And then now onwards means our focus will be for the deployable and working prototype. We'll come for to discuss few use cases, how those are used for actual requirements. So these are different NLP and language technology. LT means language technology, NLP means natural language processing. When the computer processes, they process the natural language, not something machine language. Natural language means amar Okhomia, Bodo, Ingraji, they are natural language. So natural language that process kora hoy, that is known as the NLP, and LT is language technology. So 2008 to 13 onwards, we did basic corpus. We have a 1.5 million running words corpus, both for Assamese and Bodo. We created that one. Then we created the script grammar, we created the morphological analysis, also the suffix prefix dictionaries. So these are very, essential tools for language technology development, the suffix prefix dictionaries, etc. And root word dictionary means the actual words that when they got derived, when you derive some word, or when you inflect some word, actually there is a root word, and then you add suffix or prefixes to have your usable words. Then from 2013 to 17 onwards, we created the lexicosemantic database, the WordNets for Bodo and Assamese. We also created named entity and multi-words, and then information retrieval pipelines, and then language-specific crawling. Language-specific crawling means, so you need to like the Kabiraj reach the book. So when the Kabiraj reads the book, Kabiraj has the piles of books on his table. So when we need to teach her that these are the available information or knowledge in a particular language, You cannot dump only English content and tell her, you give me the Assamese content. No, she will not be able to do that unless she has the capability to translate from English to Assamese. So there are like Tumi Apuni toy, where from it will come? It cannot come from an English data set. It cannot come from an English writing or stories or novels like that. So it has to come from Assamese novels, from Assamese writings, from Assamese newspaper articles, from Assamese blogs. So you need to have the dump of all those written in Assamese in the digital world. So that is known as the crawling. You need to crawl. So when you crawl, you have the dump. That means you have all collections of such writings, like the Kabiraj had all those readings. So now you have the collection of all those readings. So that is known as the crawling. So we started crawling long back in 2012-13 itself. So then from 17 onwards, we started building the applications, then resource standardizations. Resource standardizations means that annotations, etc., that you put different annotations, and then building the MLDL models, etc. Also the speech recognition and synthesis, which requires, will come next. The speech, as Mr. Nag also has pointed out, that speech recognition and speech synthesis requires the lot of local nuances, lot of geographical variations you need to tap. We'll come with an example. Then now we are concentrating on bidirectional and multilingual parallel corpus. We need to have parallel corpus so that from parallel corpus we can train the machine. Then robust multidimensional speech dataset and the neural modeling based on that. And there are different other say pipelines apart from machine translation, like named entity recognition, then multi-word expression recognition, part of speech, that means grammatical tagging, code mix data. Code mix is coming like anything, means where from toya here so. Yesterday friend o'clock paline. Yesterday friend o'clock paline. So people, now youngsters, they started writing that one. Yesterday friend o'clock paline. Tomorrow moi here today. Tomorrow moi here today. So these are code mixed. Code mix means it's not codes, the vocabularies, different vocabularies, you mix and write. So it's very difficult to understand. If you do not understand tomorrow, you will not be able to understand what that sentence means. So similarly, it is critically difficult for the machine to also understand and analyze. So we have a strong team at Guwahati University, which means if you are interested, so you can come to us. We work closely with different other institutions across the northeastern region. We have collaborative works with different other institutions. And we have a very strong network of different departments. So it's not only IT or CS. So at Guwahati University campus, we have a strong network of departments like language departments like Assamese, Bodo, Sanskrit, then Hindi, Arabic, Persian, modern Indian languages. We also have a strong department of linguistics. So we collaboratively work. In one campus, we have all those say, you can say diverse aspects, and that becomes a very strong base for us. Actually, we can have collaborative works, we can have discussions within the campus itself. All the solutions are there. And the foundational coverage that we did for Assamese and Bodo, the corpus linguistics is one. The part of speech tagging is required. Actually, that is a very critical resource, the critical understanding for the machine. If the part of speech means grammatical categories, if the machine knows what the grammatical categories are, then the it becomes say easier for the machine to understand. Like say I bank on the bank. So why you say that the first bank is the depending? Because it is just after the subject. So just after the subject, normally it comes that it may be a verb. So if it is a verb, then you go to the verb sense of BANK, because for her it is all zeros and ones, all Unicodes. She doesn't know all those BANK. She only knows the zeros and ones. So when the bank comes, then the first bank, if it is a verb, then the depending sense. So verb is not a financial institution. Bank verb is not a financial institution. Bank verb is not a geography. So bank verb means depending. So I bank on. So how you decided? You decided by knowing what is the grammatical category of that BANK. The grammatical category is verb. So POS tagging is very critical for this say pre-processing pipeline. And then there are other different aspects like phonetic phonology, spelling, grammar corrections, and plagiarism sake. Then summarization. Summarization is coming up like anything. So you need to summarize. There are, in English, maybe if you are researchers, then you came across the semantic scholar sort of websites. So you have a 20-page paper, and you don't have time to read all those, whether that is required or not. So tell someone, means tell a module that I need to have the summary. So there will be one line, 2 lines, or even a small para summary, and you read the summary, and then you decide whether it's required or not. So it's required always, the summarization. So text summarization is one problem that, say, we have PhD level works at text summarization. Then named entity recognition and multi-word expressions will come with example. So expanded range of tasks that are coming up now, the contemporary works like neural machine translation, sentiment analysis, and emotion detections are very critical. You have in English sentiment detection or so means how in English, so Facebook or say X, they directly delete instantly if you write something abusive, something anti-national, or something, say, with very bad intention. You write, it will not go, it will not display. How? Because the detected, that there is a detector that X or the Facebook, they detect automatically before it is placed on your page. So it should be done in Boro, it should be done in Assamese, because nowadays the people started writing in Assamese, writing in Boro in social media. So it's a new challenge in cybersecurity, that if you write in Assamese something abusive, it has to be blocked. How it will be blocked? You have to have a detector that detects before it is displayed. Your writing should go through the detector, and the emotion and sentiment or the abusivity has to be detected and barred. So that requires modeling. So even advertisement, the companies, etc. So how they advertise, how they know? Because they know your behavior of writing, what you are writing, and they mind that, they decide on that, and based on that they display the advertisement. Even what type of feedbacks, say they accumulate the feedbacks from the writing, from customer satisfaction surveys, etc., or your reviews, etc. So you launch a product, and then there are 1,000 reviews. From 1,000 reviews, what color, whether the color was catchy or not. So from 1,000 reviews, out of 1,000 reviews, 500 wrote that a more pari to heuzia bhal loga nai. Pari to heuzia bhal loga nai. Suppose there is a stole or scarf, and the border was green, and that was sold 1,000, say one MSME or one local vendor, she sold that one, and then suddenly from the third day the sale dropped, and out of 1,000 say comments that she received, and she found that 400 comments were that heuzia pari to heuzia border to bhal loga nai. So based on that, now your business can take the decision to change the color of heuzia border to a catchy one. So that you have to detect that emotion or sentiment from the customers, and that is there in English, that should be there in Assamese, that should be there in Boro, because customer satisfaction survey, feedback from customer, reviews are coming in Assamese and Boro. So these are few expanded range of tasks that we already started doing. So NLP and LT research resources, we have 1.5 million running words. Basic, that is a basic multi-domain corpus. So based on which the works could be, say, works are being done and could be done. So we have a structured any list, approximately 10,000 named entity list, and also 6,000 for Boro. We have multi-word expressions list, approximately 5,000 each for Assamese and Boro, and standardized and language-specific annotation schemes for Assamese and Boro. So not only Assamese and Boro, for other, say, Northeastern languages also, few non-scheduled languages, we standardize the PUS for Government of India, Bureau of Indian Standards. So also, it is critical to have gold standard data. So once she translates into gold standard, that is translated by native speakers. So when you give data, you have to, part of the data should be gold standard, means khub bhal. That means there is very less possibility that kiba beya ase tat,
kiba wrong ase tat. So you have to create that. Who will create? You cannot depend on the, say, social media or the dumps or the writings available in the website. You have to create. The native speakers need to create. So resources created by native linguists, gold standard, English, Assamese, we have around 45,000. So we created all for Bhashini. So 45,000 sentences, these are pairs of sentences, English Boro and Assamese Boro. So these are created by linguists. Then POS tag corpus, NE and MW tag corpus, also demographically stratified speech data set. Why we need that? We need that because, I will come in the next slide why we need that. So along with that one, the collected corpus around 16 lakhs parallel sentences for English Assamese and also few say lakhs for English Boro and Boro Assamese. So why you need that? Say there are challenges. What challenges? There are phonetic challenges. There are even, say, word change disambiguation challenges. So there are, I already talked about SOV, SVO, case marker challenges, and the semantic ambiguities like the same word with different senses. For Boro is a highly tonal language. So that means you pronounce it and you change the pronunciation, the meaning will change. So our Boro professor, Professor Sorno is also here. I think, no, Jano? Madam Asane? Ase, Madam Ase. So if I am not wrong, so these are two examples that my students, they compiled. So this is Hathai, no? Biswajit, Hathai, and then this is Jano. So Hathai has means like use. So how you change the meaning by pronunciation, Hathai, and then another pronunciation. Yeah. So change the pronunciation, the meaning will be different. One meaning is the market, and other one is that. No, Jano. Then Jano is one meaning is to eat and to become. So see, you write in the same style, but when you pronounce in a different way, then your meanings will be different. So it's very difficult. You know, you are a native speaker, you know, but she is not a native speaker. The model is not a native speaker. So you have to make her a native speaker. You have to model it like a native speaker. From where? You have to have that kind of data. You have to have different, say, speech recordings from the Odalguri bowl or from the Baska bowl. No, no, Kokrajar bowl is different. The Odalguri bowl is different. We have Hibohagor bowl is different. And we have the Dokhin Paror Ohomia to Beleg hobo, Uttar Paror Ohomia Beleg hobo, Lakhimpur Beleg hobo, Hibohagor Beleg hobo. So now you model with a speech corpus generated at Hibohagor, then you give the model or expose the model to have something translated or something recognized for a Borpetia or a Dokhin Par speech, then it will fail. So what you need to do is you have to have such robustness in the modeling at the data set creation itself so that your model becomes robust. So with all those dialectal variations, etc. Few use cases. So based on our models, what we did, few use cases. One of the very difficult tasks that we performed with a technical manual of regional dental college. A regional dental college. So it's a technical manual of dental college. So filled with all those technical vocabularies, even the medical, that too specific to the dental vocabularies, and the ways that they wrote were very critical. So they may not follow the normal English structure. There would maybe small sentences, there may be say longer sentences, so like that. So what we did is we passed that through our neural machine translation system, and then whatever percentage the neural machine translation could translate, after that we went through linguistic validation, and this has given us an advantage that whatever is created now after linguistic validation is a gold standard translation pairs. And now we use the same corpus for further neural training. That means now this is done like that. So this is like a biological neural machine. How say you do a anko, and anko is bhul. You do a anko, means mathematics, then bhul. What you do? You go for your master or miss A to side yok, means your kids. A to side yok, then your miss, madam or sir or headmaster or headmistress, so she or he corrects it, and then you got it back. So now you train with that. Now you are trained with that. Next time you have the similar mathematics, your brain is capable of now doing that. So that's how we do the iterative training. So another task, another use case is textbook on artificial intelligence. So this is a new textbook on artificial intelligence that was developed by IIT Guwahati, and that is in English. So there is a class 11, class 12 subject now in Assam State Secondary Education Board, class 11 and 12, this artificial intelligence. So this is a new subject. So that book, now there are 3 lakh students at 11 and 12 who are not in English medium, who are in vernacular medium, Assamese and Bodo and Bengali medium. So we need to have the book. So how the book will be, say, published in Assamese, English and Bodo? You have the English copy. So what we did is, we tokenized it. So tokenization means at this level of sentence tokenization, it's a book, it's a PDF. So you need to extract all the sentences. Yes. And then you need to extract all the words, and then you go for the identifications of what are the parts that we don't require to translate, what are the parts that we need to translate, and then we pass through the neural machine translation, we go through the linguistic validation, and then also technical validation, and then we have the purified copy. One of the mammoth works that we did with our neural machine translation is for Government of Assam, Arunodaya database. Arunodaya database is a database of beneficiaries, around 38 lakhs. So out of that, one fine evening, Honorable Chief Minister has given the task that he needs to write the letter to all the beneficiaries in Assamese, Bengali, and Bodo. So now, the database is from the bank beneficiaries, and it is in English. So, but the Honorable Chief Minister was in need of writing that, maybe within 1.5 months. And we have to customize the database, means we have to translate. So how will translate? 28 lakhs of database entries, you translate manually, so it will require years and years, even if you sit, you make 100 people sit. So it is not possible. So what we did it, thanks to that Bhashini project that we have an RTX A1000 NVIDIA GPU server. And we passed those, we processed that database, Arunodaya database, 28 lakhs entries. So we tokenized, we used the best of our NMT models that we developed. We used local GPU server, and then we completed and delivered in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, 21 days. So it required massive linguistic validation. Why we require massive linguistic validation? Because our models are not 100% capable of translating all those. So we did also hundreds of people, hundreds of students from our other departments like Bodo, Assamese, Bengali departments, they sat in the laboratory and they went for linguistic validation. So what are the issues like? What problem? The interesting problem, like there was an entry in the Arunodaya database, one beneficiary like Wage Sangmai. Wage Sangmai, the name was Wage Sangmai. Wage Sangmai, the spelling was W-A-Z-E. Wage, W-A-Z-E. And our neural machine translation system translated it to Dormaha Sangmai. Okay? Why it happened? Because as Mr. Nag has pointed out, no, we need to have that machine injected with named entities. So if machine, you know, your biological neural network knows that Wage Sangmai is Wage Sangmai. But she doesn't know that Wage Sangmai is, she knows W-A-Z-E, ways, and she translated with her capability that ways is the Dormaha. So Dormaha Sangmai, that means the Celery Sangmai. So now the solution is you have to have a huge database of named entity injected into the neural system, and then only the system will be capable of. So Honorable Chief Minister himself visited the work, and he inspired the entire team, and we did it with the neural machine model. So the roadmap is we have to have collaborations. So one of those collaborations is this morning what happened, and the evening, up to evening, what we'll witness. So this is what collaboration is. We have people from different aspects. We have people from organizations, people from institutions, people from government, people from diverse range of subjects. So that collaboration will be required when that collaboration will actually infuse into the system, then something will come up. So now, till now, whatever have been happening, those are at the foundation level. The deployable level, already started by Bhashini, and then the purification level and actually the above 90% accuracy, if we have to go, if we can achieve, then that will be actual impact. So strengthening regional AI ecosystem, then fostering innovation in all with local startups. So these are what the opportunities for our Northeast is, and this requires most importantly that local governments participation. Unless and otherwise you have participation from the local governments, it will not happen. It cannot be only done from Delhi. Delhi, they will have the ecosystem, centralized ecosystem, but the participation from the local government, what we witnessed from this morning, and the academic partnership, joint data set and tool development, open research challenges, and community engagements. We have to have engagements of community, because at university lab, we are not capable of handling Dimasa or Karbi language, natural language processing. At university linguistic department, only the expertise is there. Where from the actual data will come? So community engagement, the organizations, the people who know actually the languages. So we have a say yearly event, Raise Icon. Raise Icon is regional international conference on natural language processing. So where we actually accommodate the people like you. Not only the computational linguistics, not only the natural language processing or language technology, but also the language people, the linguistic people, diverse language set are accommodated in Raise Icon. So this will happen in our university on 27th and 28th of November. So you all are welcome. So that's what from my side. Thank you very much. We acknowledge the support from MEITI, the Bhashini division, and also the government of Assam for our efforts. Done. If you have anything to ask me very quickly, because maybe you are breaking for lunch. So if nothing is there, then we can stop. Or if you have something, you can ask. Also, you can discuss during lunch. If anything particular you need to ask, then we can have 2-3 minutes. Done? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Dear participants, we will now be breaking for lunch. Please return to the workshop by 2:30 p.m. so we can resume the next session on schedule. Thank you.
किसमें? कौन सी? वो एक ऑडियो स्विच करना. So good afternoon, everyone. After lunch, feeling energized? Yes. So I'll try to make it very simple, and I will show you what we have discussed so far, what Amitabh sir talked about, Shailendra talked about, and then a detailed overview of how research institutions are working with us, all technical things, models, data, AI, flows. We'll keep it aside. Now I'll show you how things are coming into action. Actually मैं इन चीज़ों को कैसे utilize कर रहे हैं to integrate with the leading applications in the country, and how things are coming into actual form that is required. Automatic speech recognition, text to speech, neural machine translations, ये use कैसे होती हैं? Use case by use case, and how we are actually creating applications and creating new user journeys based on different personas and solving a problem where language was a barrier. That starts from a village level thing to the top democratic institutions like Lok Sabha. So let me just quickly start. Can we switch the screen, please? What happened? Digital India Bhashini division. I will be accompanied by my colleagues who will be taking different application for the demonstration. I have Swati Sharma, consultant DIBD. I have Harshita Upadhyay as a consultant in DIBD, and Neha Rathore, young professional, Digital India Bhashini division. So we all are working with the customers directly, and we ensure that if they are facing any problem in terms of language, how we actually create things for them and how we create develop solutions for them. What happened?
It's not working.
This is my system, na?
setting up. So sir, actually we face this problem because we are having very high-end system. Languages, anyone here? Okay, 3 languages? 4? Oh, beautiful audience. More than 4? Great, sir. So I think I'll be requiring your inputs while I demonstrate things so that we can switch to the language. We'll not switch ourselves to Hindi, English and Assamese. We'll try to go beyond that also. No, just on a WhatsApp. Discussing App Mitra, it's another pillar that actually deals with the applications and the use cases that we develop with our customers and the partners. Using that, we recreate and reinvent the user journeys using voice. And here we'll be demonstrating you how we are adding the Bhashini component in the existing applications to make it more accessible to the general public. So how App Mitra works, just to give you a glimpse, कि जब हम App Mitra पे काम करते हैं customer के साथ से, example after this MOU we will be working with all the departments and we'll be identifying use cases where first we can integrate the Bhashini APIs. First is the ready to available Bhashini translation plugin. It's a translation plugin that you apply on our onboarding portal. We'll be showing you the onboarding portal as well. You will get a snippet code you can integrate in our website, in your website, and instantly the website will get available in the 22 languages, including Assamese as a primary language. There are some customization that we will throw some light on customization. If you want, by default, your website needs to be open only in Assamese. That can also be done. There are some tweakings that we will be discussing in detail. We work with the departments to create the glossary. So example, if someone is here from the fisheries department, you might be having your different requirements, different names of fishes, different name of schemes that needs to be added in the glossary system. The glossary system works. The third is we do the RFP and joint projects. If there's some different use case like chatbot, some agent needs to be built for the department, we work on that angle. Then we are having Parikshan applications. We are having a set of applications that we will be demonstrating. Chitra Anuvad for video translation, Lekha Anuvad for document translation, Vani Anuvad for speech-to-speech translation, Abhilekh for real-time transcription and management of things, WTMC where you want to have a control of the translation in your hands only. Then we do the model training. After doing all this thing, we'll be doing the model training. A specific model needs to be trained. A version of model needs to be developed for a specific department. We do that. And we do the most interesting part is the hackathon as GIC. If any department is having a use case, a niche use case that needs to be quickly developed, not to get into the pros and cons of the tendering and other stuffs, we roll out as a problem statement in the market. Bhashini is having a wide startup repository, a group of startups that can quickly design and develop solutions for you. This is how the cycle works. At the end, we take the takeaways as a product, we do the enrichment of the system, and then we do the direct penetration into the department by solving their problem. So I'll quickly come to the first thing that I would like to discuss is the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. We signed up with Lok Sabha an year back, in which they came to us that, okay, we are having very different terminology. Parliamentary terminologies are quite different, right? The papers are laid on table is not as simple translation as we want, right? So for them, it's a very different concept. So we signed up with them and we created a specific instance for them is Sansad Bhashini. It's like Bhashini for Sansad. Trained on their glossary, their terminologies, their needs, their requirements. So we built that Sansad Bhashini, and the translation model version, we got around 40,000 words from Lok Sabha. We ingested in our system so that whenever any section officer in Lok Sabha is trying to perform a translation of a debate document, he gets the correct output in his own terminology. Then the second use case that came from Lok Sabha was that there are real-time, when you see any honorable member in the parliament is speaking something, there is one person sitting on the back side. There are actually 22 language experts sitting on the back side, 13 mainly, who is writing that thing manually through shorthand. That was taking time to debate to get published on the website in 15 days. So we created a Sansad Abhilekh workbench for them, in which whenever honorable member is speaking, it is getting transcribed real time in a workbench. So the time, the productivity access that Lok Sabha official has got is, now he's getting the transcription ready and he has to just proofread it and edit it simultaneously so that a final document can be sent to the language expert. It's called interpretation branch in Lok Sabha. Then another use case came up with the real-time verbatim reporting. That is actually a Abhilekh, but we are having a Shrutlekh application that we demonstrated that goes a real-time transcription. If that needs to be shown to honorable members, that will be soon in a POC mode will be coming out. And then there was one interesting use case came to us that 1st to 7th Lok Sabha, there were documents that are typed through a typewriter at that time, 1950s. And the omissions and the corrections were done using pen. So it was very hard to OCR that particular document because text extraction becomes very tough for that particular. So we came up with a hackathon problem statement. We created a workbench that we will be demonstrating to you now, in which on the left hand side the heritage documents is shown, and the right hand side there is a Bhashini ASR mic button is there and a Microsoft Word kind of utility. You click on that and start speaking that particular document, and the document is getting digitized simultaneously. So I'll quickly jump to the demo. So we call it, what Shailendra just demonstrated you in the previous session was Anuvad, right? In which you do the text-to-text translation. Here we have created a version called Sansad Anuvad. That is utilizing the data, the glossary items that we have got from Lok Sabha and how the translation is happening. So you see, we created the instance for them. It is asking that, are you a parliamentary user? So if I click on parliamentary Sansad Anuvad, now the entire glossary of that Sansad, whatever we have generated in last 1 year is getting populated here. So I'll quickly show you a parliamentary language translation in English to Hindi, and I'll type it here. I would like to address the chair for remarks. It's AI for Bharat. So see, in general translation, chair means in which you are sitting right now. But in parliamentary terminology, the chair is Adhyaksh Peeth for remarks. Similarly, there are a lot of terminologies, 40,000 words we cannot demonstrate in a single demo. But you can imagine when you read a Lok Sabha document or a debate or the papers or the agenda papers being laid on table, all those terminologies are beautifully getting addressed here, and it is being used by Lok Sabha Secretariat officials to translate multiple paras and agenda papers and debates for the daily purposes, whatever they are doing. Now I'll quickly switch to the Granthika. I'll like to request Harshita to please come on stage. I'll quickly log in.
Hello everyone.
Please. नहीं होगा, पीछे नहीं होगा. You have to keep it in hand.
So Granthika is an AI-powered platform built to digitalize Lok Sabha's historical records accurately and at scale. Lok Sabha records for volume 1 to 7 exist largely as old printed or scanned documents with handwritten notes, non-standard fonts, and low-quality scans and content in multiple Indian languages. While transcribing this, traditional OCR tools struggle with these complexities, resulting in inaccurate transcription, poor searchability, and heavy manual effort. So for this, Granthika solved these challenges through Bhashini's ASR for speech to text, NMT for translation, and a structured multi-level verification workflow involving contributors, validators, and subject matter experts. Let me now take you directly into the Granthika dashboard.
So, as I mentioned, the problem came to us was 1st to 7th Lok Sabha document were not getting OCR'd and it was not in the digitized format, right? And they have already spent some good amount of money in OCRing those documents. So solution is, on the left hand side you will see the heritage document is there. I know, I think you will not be able to read it. So digitizing this using the Bhashini automatic speech recognition API, speech to text, right? So here the workbench will show you the document, and here just delete it, and there is a mic button here. You press on mic and you start speaking. Shri Inder J. Malhotra, Jammu and Kashmir, under Rule 197. I beg to call the attention of the minister. Like that, you start speaking and it will get transcribed on the right hand side. And while developing this application, we ensured that the layout thing, जो अक्सर एक डॉक्यूमेंट के अंदर प्रॉब्लम होता है कि लेआउट रिटेन नहीं हो रहा है, आपने डाला 2 कॉलम में, निकल के आया कंटेंट 1 कॉलम में. So here we have given the functionality to edit it and create that particular document as a replica using voice. One column, 2 column, 3 column and 4 column. जो काम आप Microsoft Word में कर सकते हैं, वही काम आप यहाँ पे भी कर सकते हैं, but here you have to speak it up in different language. अभी English हिंदी में the documents of 1st to 7 Lok Sabha, the floor language is English and Hindi only. So this is how this application was formed using a hackathon. Like I mentioned, एक hackathon हमने roll out किया as a Sansad Sparda, and then we got this application developed. Now the quantity of the 1st to 7th Lok Sabha document is 3 lakh pages. So they needed that solution that how you're going to cover these 3 lakh pages. So we created another hackathon on top of it, in which we gone to Delhi University and we connected with the political science students and said that, guys, you have to donate your voice here, and there will be 100 pages going to be allocated to one student, and the flow that actually comes is you have to speak these particular documents. Once you submit it, it goes to another student as a validator, as a checker, and once that is done, it goes to Lok Sabha for the golden record creation. That flow we created. So this is how the problem that was not being solved in a year, we solved it in 6 months. And similarly, the same system is going to be utilized by digitizing the manuscripts. So anyone who is here from the culture department can understand, like if you are having some manuscripts, some documents that are not getting OCR'd, but voice can be enabled to digitize that particular thing, this tool can be replicated in the state as well. This is for digital. Yes, sir. So there were 2 basic reasons. One was the typewriter that was used at that time was having was not high-tech typewriter. Somewhere it is because now we digitized it for the reading purposes. So the Lok Sabha joined the hands with CDAC to at least optimize it, because previously it was a kind of a yellow paper. Okay, it is still preserved in the parliamentary library. So we digitized it to a level so that person can read it. So this G, suppose example, when I gone through these documents, the G letter to K letters, G to K, there was a मतलब printer ही defaulter होगा उस time पे, that the more ink was getting pushed in the paper. So you're not able to identify is it actually G or not. So CDAC worked on it for the basic digitization, and then we came for it. Yeah.
So after the contributor submits this document, so submit this one. So the very first step is the admin assigns the document to the contributor, then contributor contributes it, like using this mic button, he or she will speak, the document get converted into the text, and then it got submitted.
They were created a leaderboard out of it. If you see that we are evaluating the students on basis of how much time you have spent on a single document or a single page. Accordingly, the leaderboard is also getting populated. So I'll quickly go to the next use case. It's okay. So this was the journey that I just explained. This is an actual video that can be shared with you if you want to know more details about this workbench. So I would like to have Swati here to talk about DigiYatra once. You can take the central stage. Meanwhile, I am occupying this mic.
Hi. So with DigiYatra, so we all use DigiYatra as an application. We all have DigiYatra on our mobile phones. So I would just request, if you have DigiYatra on your mobile phones, if you can just click on that application and see the new version that they have launched. You will see this screen will appear on your mobile phones. So basically, DigiYatra wanted to actually reach the last mile by, with their application, so that everybody can utilize the application to, check in, to do the boarding and everything seamlessly without getting language as a barrier.
So getting that particular thing cleared, previously DigiYatra was available only in English, so the users were very less. So they came to us, not just merely an integration. We actually didn't only integrated our APIs there. We worked with them on their glossary part. DigiYatra itself is a glossary word, right? And I would like to iterate that use case that came at boarding pass, add your boarding pass. Translation was something different. And in Hindi, we actually have to simply write it boarding pass jode, right? So we worked with them, and almost 3,000 plus rows of the terminologies only we transliterated in these languages, not translated. There are some things that needs to be transliterated, like my name's Ajay needs to be known as Ajay in Assamese only, right? And if my name is Vijay, so my name is Laksh, it should not get translated in English as victory, right? So all these things, when we worked with DigiYatra, we ensured that a user who is using it, after this language integration, the adoption of DigiYatra increased by 4 folds. Because just merely after adding a component of the transliterated glossary into the DigiYatra system. And now if you use the DigiYatra, I think it's not available in Assamese right now, it is in Bangla. The next 5 sets of languages will be coming soon, in which we are iterating again that if the Assamese, this regional specific words are being used, or for joding, for adding a boarding pass, we are adding those components. We are not just simply integrating an API and moving it. No, we are ensuring that the Assamese language expert who is working with DigiYatra is satisfied with that transliteration or not. This is how the journey goes. Now, very interesting use case, Rail Madad. We have taken a next big step, right, while working with the Ministry of Railways. Rail Madad, please.
If you can just click on the slide.
Yeah. So before we demonstrate it, can you please tell us what is the feature of language in this portal you can see? Anyone, raise your hand. And इसमें ऐसा क्या है जो लैंग्वेज कंपोनेंट इसमें जरूरी है और आपको लैंग्वेज कंपोनेंट इसमें कहाँ दिख रहा है? ट्रांसलेशन प्लगइन दिख रहा है आपको? राइट? ट्रांसलेशन प्लगइन दिख रहा है आपको, राइट? ऊपर लैंग्वेज सिलेक्शन का यहां पे ये राइट? नहीं, ये सिर्फ एक कंपोनेंट है. प्रॉब्लम कुछ और थी. प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि इफ समवन इज कमिंग ऑन द वेबसाइट, उसको ट्रांसलेशन प्लगइन दिख रहा है, वो उस पर जाएगा, क्लिक करेगा. सो यूजुअली द पीपल हु आर कमिंग टू दिस पोर्टल इज कमिंग हियर टू फाइल a grievance sort of thing and trying to localize the portal. So what we did is, here, before I demonstrate, I would like Swati to tell something about this feature.
So, so we all know about Bhashini's translation plugin, which is there on the website. So with the help of one click, the entire website will translate into all the 22 languages. But what if I tell you, with the help of your one voice command, you can have the entire translation done. So you want to lodge a complaint, know your train status, everything and anything which is there on the website will be available in your preferred language with the help of your voice command. So that's the use case we have achieved with Rail Madad. So
I'll quickly show you. I'll convert this into Hindi only by saying Hindi. Hindi. And the entire portal is now translated to Hindi. So this is only one part we did because Railways works in the isolation and they said that humko itna hi karna hai. So, but we can actually do a lot of things when voice comes into the picture. And for your kind information, there is no LLM used in this transaction. This is merely a intent, Bhashini's intent and the language code that is getting detected. So this is a use case, and the new super app of Railways will also be having the similar kind of components. So before, as we have seen the first action of voice, I'll quickly show you another action of voice, how you can use this. I think it's coming or not. Let me forward the URL. I'll open it here, okay. cpgrams aichatbot.com. This is a use case very close to my heart, and because we have spent a good amount of money, a good amount of time actually, and money, when I'm saying this, because we actually gave this particular project to our system integrator, that actually costs money because cpgrams is paying. Now imagine you are having a grievance, you are living in a city in which there is a very less water availability, the shortage of water or something, and you are fed up with everything. You have gone to each and every department, but nothing is happening. And then you go to the previous version of the cpgrams portal, in which you are going to snatch your head and say that I cannot select these many categories while submitting a simple grievance. मतलब एक कंप्लेंट डालने के लिए मेरे को इतना कुछ लिखना पड़ेगा, इतना कुछ पेस्ट करना पड़ेगा, मेरे को PDF अटैच करना पड़ेगा. Then usually we people sitting here know what are the ministries and departments, but a normal general guy who is living in the Dausa village of Rajasthan doesn't know the actual categorization of the ministry. So what if a user comes to a single portal and clicks on mic और वो अपनी भड़ास निकालनी शुरू कर दे कि मेरे साथ ये problem है, ये चीज़ें हैं, ये है. So I'll show you how it will work, how Bhashini is giving an access up to a person to speak up, and entire thing is getting transcribed, speech to text, and how beautifully the system is going to categorize things and provide a solution of submitting the grievance. बाकी तो grievance officer के ऊपर है कि वो solution उसका क्या करता है, but grievance submission में कितना assistive हो सकता है. तो I'll try to lodge one complaint here in Hindi. It's not getting loaded. Shandar, can you check? Tab tak meanwhile I'll cover other one. Here comes Diksha, that also we'll cover later. I would like Swati to highlight about CAG and the search department also. That what we are doing with CAG. Recently we signed an MOU. Would like to throw some light on what we are going to do with CAG in next couple of months, please.
So we all know that CAG plays a critical role in the public accountability across the country. So they rely heavily on accuracy of the documents, the speed in which they have to work, and they need information. They go down to places. They have field officers that go to the fields and actually do audits, and also from the office work processes, they have enough data points for us to tell the authenticity and do the audit accordingly. So with CAG. You've all seen Anuvad, right? So Anuvad also has a document upload feature. So what CAG wanted was that they wanted Anuvad to be integrated to one of their existing systems, and also wanted a workflow embedded in the Anuvad document translation product that we have. Because they have different role-based role-based editing and role-based organization structure they have. So what we are currently doing is we are embedding the role-based structure that they have. We are also embedding the editing workbench into our Anuvad's document upload feature, and then integrating the entire system with their system so that their workflow is not disturbed.
Right, sir. As you know, when reports are getting prepared, these are confidential in nature, and there is a hierarchy of Raj Bhasha officials across country in different offices, different people. So they require that we need an instance for us. Okay. When a person is creating a report, when it goes to a language expert, it goes to a flow, through a flow, before it goes to the state. And that too is English, Hindi is the main thing, but some components in some paras, those terminologies what they told us, paras and indexes and other things, those needs to be reviewed separately, right? And it having number also, some summations also, and the report is having its own terminology when it comes to audit. It's a different science like Lok Sabha. So they said that, okay, we will work with you to ensure that the system also learns. So they requested for a agentic AI vocabulary, right? System, self-learning if someone is correcting the mistake in the translation. So that entire process we are developing with CAG. It can be replicated to the state level also if the finance department needs to have a separate instance of Anuvad-like service. We are there to help you out, and we can actually create, because we are already working with banks and BFSIs. So we are having some terminologies, but audit terminology is quite different. That's we saw in the audit report. So this is a journey just started. Why we are showing it to you? Different department people are here. Please start envisaging and come up with a use case that we can develop together, where Bhashini can play its role through a simple level of API integration. I'll quickly come to this Ministry of Home Affairs. Soon you will be having the CCTNS 2.0. Anyone from Home Department here? Please raise your hand. Anyone from Police Department? So it is going to be a useful thing, because we rolled out a pan-India rollout of a CrimeX system, this zero FIR thing. If a crime is being committed in some other city is here, and the criminal is got found in Delhi, so here the FIR is written in Assamese. When it goes to Delhi, they have to seek translators. The CrimeX system is a system in which the zero FIR is getting processed through a Bhashini translation APIs, so that an investigation officer in Delhi can get a complete zest of that particular FIR in his own language. This is how the process of CrimeX works. CCTNS 2.0 is another in which FIR is getting logged, air gap system. This is what the beauty of Bhashini platform is. We have given the entire system to Ministry of Home Affairs on their premises. No more cloud thing. So that security and air gap thing is also getting managed. CCTNS 2.0 layer is getting implemented, in which Bhashini is being implemented for the translation and the TTS purposes, in which if a police official is going on ground and he's writing all things on paper. So we have created a use case, a mobile app, in which a police official, if is going for the investigation, he starts speaking that I have seen this, मौके पे ये मुझे नहीं मिला, मौके पे मुझे ये दिखा, that terminology of legal thing. Because when it comes to law enforcement agencies, sometimes profanity needs to be skipped, because that's what you have soon. And when we started working with them, we got a lot of challenges like Ram Lal khoon kar bhag gaya. The khoon was getting translated as blood. So we worked on their terminology, their intents, to ensure that if a police official is using Bhashini, it becomes Bhashini for police officials, so that he can record the entire evidence, he can submit it, and when he comes back to police station, the main task, as per BNS also, within 45 days you have to submit the charge sheet, right? The new laws. So to increase the productivity of a police official, we gave them an app. He records entire thing by speaking something about that particular event. He goes back to police station, logs into a workbench, and the entire thing is transcribed and classified as per the labels. So his case diary is getting prepared within 2 to 3 days. This was previously what we saw is 8 states got that particular pilot done. Previously they were taking 15 to 20 days to prepare the case diary. Now within 2 to 3 days or 4 days they are getting their case diary built, because they don't have to write, and the transcription is happening then and there only. So soon we will be, this app will be launched by National Crime Records Bureau. We have taken subject matter expertise from National Police Academy, and all these evaluation committees have evaluated one startup who has developed it, and soon it will be rolled out. So this is what our relationship with Ministry of Home Affairs. Central Information Commission, we started working with them with merely a translation plugin only. That too also terminologies of CIC, the grievance redressal, the second appeal submission of RTI or something. They said that, okay, we also want to have a voice journey. Can you create a chatbot for us? We rolled out a hackathon, Bhashini Startup Velocity, the second edition, in which we rolled out a problem statement. If a citizen is coming, actually a second appeal form is a 4-pager form if you have to submit. So they minimize that particular form in wizard format, and via voice you can actually find a second appeal and can see the status of the RTI. It is not applied on the main RTI portal, but on second appeal, Central Information Commission, we have came up with this solution. We also got around 200 plus words, and the CIC secretary is very cooperative, and they are coming up with more and more words that we can add so that the bot can perform well when it is going to be launched. Here we're coming with the e-Gram Swaraj. ग्राम पंचायत लेवल पे भी लैंग्वेज का मेन एक प्रॉब्लम था, एंड अराउंड 1 साल पहले वी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विद मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज. आई वुड लाइक रिक्वेस्ट दिस स्वाति to give a glimpse about what e-Gram Swaraj is, and then we will show you the star use case of today's session that is actually impacting the grassroots level panchayat sahayak or gram panchayats to ensure that they also adopt AI in some fashion. Please, Swati.
So e-Gram Swaraj is the website. Usme basically whatever panchayat level information you want to have, whether it's about your schemes, whether it's about your developmental activities, everything is there. So we went ahead and we collaborated with them and got the entire portal multilingual. Then as we were discussing and as we were integrating the plugin there, we understood that panchayat names have to be transliterated so that there is no confusion in the, understanding of the last mile user who is actually going to utilize the portal to understand the information that the portal has to give. So we received around 2.7 lakh words of, glossary terms of panchayat names that are already ingested in the system. And for Sabasar, I would request Neha to please come on stage and give a demo
so
of what
you can see the eGram Swaraj portal and you can identify if there are any mistakes. In English, it was there, so we transliterated. Bajali, Bapeta, all these words are transliterated now. Previously it was coming. And the main challenge it was coming in the eGram Swaraj was, all these tables there are data grid tables, right? And the translation plugin works on the state, right? Aapne translation plugin laga diya, page translate ho gaya. But this data grid tables are calling data after the translation plugin is called. So this is a API level implementation. जिसमें we ensured that कि अगर किसी की low bandwidth भी है और data load नहीं हो रहा है, so in dynamic data grids also the data is getting translated very beautifully. So let me just come to this use case of Sabasar. Please take the center stage.
Right. Thank you, Swati. Again, Sabasar is again one use case by Ministry of Panchayati Raj that we created. Before I begin, a quick intro. I'm Neha, a very new, recent member to the team. So with Sabasar, what we have done is, as Swati mentioned very clearly, that the idea is to reach to the last mile. So now how we do this, and somebody like me who's not a tech person, and with just one click of a button, you record an audio, which is basically your minutes, whatever discussion the panchayat is doing. With that record, we upload it on the Sabasar website, and from there, the minutes are generated. So no more excuses, or your points are highlighted. Sir, can we, yeah. So this is how the portal looks like once you log in, and we have an audio.
How the minutes are getting generated. The flow is, the access is given to a Panchayat Sahayak of a Gram Panchayat. He is having his user ID and password. So there are different type of meetings happening at the Gram Panchayat. Pani Panchayat, Rakrakhav Panchayat, Swachhta Panchayat, and some road safety measures. There are different whatever the guidelines the Ministry of Panchayati Raj is giving. And when you see this, different panchayats are having different agendas and takeaways. So what we did is like created this portal with Ministry of Panchayati Raj in which a Panchayat Sahayak logs in. Before he logs in, he records the entire meeting that happened in the Panchayat in a video format or an audio format. Then he comes back and he uploads that particular audio file into the system. And if he's uploading a video, the audio is getting extracted and then the minutes are getting created, who spoke what. And if he's uploading audio, then it's a simple automatic speech recognition. So this is the audio.
Culturally rich nation where ancient traditions blend with modern progress. From the Himalaya to Kerala's backwaters, its varied geography mirrors its many languages, religions, and cultures.
Though it is not spoken by any Panchayat Sahayak because it's so more fluent English, but we've used it as a sample. We uploaded this audio and we got the minutes created. I would like to see the minutes in detail. Main agenda, discussion on India's diversity, cultural richness, key point discussed, and all other points. And he can download this as a PDF. And this is how the minutes are getting generated. As we are interacting right now, more than 5 lakh plus minutes have been generated through the portal, and it is being very rapidly adopted by them because it is creating the problem with Ministry of Panchayati Raj was the MIS Panchayat Sahayak was not able to upload the minutes on time. Previously they were taking a month's time or 2 months time to upload so they were Ministry of Panchayati Raj was not able to get the actual essence and stats of that particular village, that is it actually working or not. So with this, the productivity enhancement for the Gram Panchayat level person, the Panchayat Sahayak, and the reporting also, because now they are coming, they have released awards of best performing panchayat in that particular region. So the competition is getting created, and this is how the panchayat people are adopting it. And recently one event was conducted here in Delhi, in which Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj attended, in which they felicitated those people who have adopted this new AI solutions, the technology Sashakt Panchayat sort of message that the minister has given, and it is getting ranked on eGram Swaraj portal that which panchayat is using technology at what level. It is going to be clearly evident. If they are using Sabhasar, it means they are attached to the technology. Sir.
This appears to go beyond what Bhashini does, because Bhashini was fundamentally a language translation model. But this was very clearly a large language model with an understanding of the context, to understand, to summarize, and to structure the document.
Sir,
but this doesn't seem to be a Bhashini kind of activity. So which model are you using behind?
Sir, for the basic translation and transcription is Bhashini models, ASR. For summarization, I'll come to that. If you use a LLM on the backend without having the optimization level understanding of that. So Ministry of Panchayati Raj was not aware about is there any LLM available, first of all. So we envisaged this use case with them, that this is a possibility. So we created the use case, and after that we created a summarization model on Claude with them. Right? There are 20 types, so they don't have to hit the LLM all the time going outside. We created and optimized Claude for them on 20 type of meetings only, not beyond that. So reduce the cost of LLM.
But Claude is still an API call. You cannot. It's
No,
not
we
open weight,
got
so
it.
you cannot.
We got it somewhere in that ecosystem only, sir. I think Shailendra, if I'm not wrong, it's Claude or Llama on premise. It's on premise Llama. Yes. So optimized Llama for Panchayati Raj. So as moving forward, the Kumbh Sahayak, as sir mentioned, it is also a use case that when the Mahakumbh happened, there was a requirement of a chatbot. But when you actually go to the actual terminology of Kumbh, I'll take one example. You name it, in Kumbh there are akhadas, right? Akhadas. We call it a group of sadhus and akhadas. Akhada, if you actually translate, becomes a kind of a battleground, right? There's only one word. And there are so many things, like if you have been in Prayagraj, there is a temple called Lete Hue Hanumanji. There is a famous temple. We really don't want to translate of sleeping Hanumanji, right? That. So we created the specific terminologies while working with the state universities, collected data on ground, and these are the stats in which these many times the bot was used to solve the problem of the pilgrims who were coming there and for some form of another. The bot functionality was to address their queries, give them the directions, give them the information about Kumbh, and guide them from one place to another. So we use Google APIs to create the navigation maps for them. Around 3 lakh plus users use that particular bot. 5 lakh plus conversations we captured. The use case was of how we can give the accessibility to a person who is not a native UP person and coming from Tamil Nadu, because in Kumbh across India people comes. We worked with 3 partners. Prayagraj Mela Authority, Samagra, UP Desco is a state agency who assisted us in building the complete bot. The main part of this particular interactions with the UP government was the dedicated Mahakumbh specific knowledge repository was created. So we worked with the Mela officials, we worked with the cultural universities, we worked with the police officials, because this bot was not only in research for the basic conversation. If you're, there is a famous saying, जो कुंभ में चला गया तो खो गया तो मिलता नहीं है, sort of. So we actually break that myth, and we ensured that if you are having any lost article, you can come and report on this particular bot, and that information was fed to the UP 112 command center, where all the police officials are sitting, right? So via voice only the entire interactions were happening, and we created around 1,000 plus question pairs in which the bot was answering almost all questions related to the Kumbh. And Hindi first approach was the thing that we actually taken as a pivot when we started working on the chatbot. again, why I'm focusing on the Kumbh is because Kumbh was the study like how Bhashini works with the state to ensure that entire thing, intent and data sets, data sources, all other things are captured and taken into the inventory so that we can take it to the next level. So we worked with University of Allahabad. They helped us in vetting the content of Kumbh, the language, Central Sanskrit University, to make sure like whatever from the heritage perspective of the Kumbh is getting preserved. MNNIT Allahabad helped us to develop the technology on top of it. So this is how this App Mitra works. With the help of these three entities and UPDESCO, we were able to create one of the biggest use case of the chatbot. This is how we developed the glossary, pronunciation, profanity. More than 250 plus words were getting wrongly pronunciated in the Kumbh glossary. We worked with the Central University of Allahabad and ensured the pronunciation comes right. Then only you can going to preserve the essence of the language while working on the translation in the TTS. Then we are right now working with the CP Grams AI chatbot. I'll show you the video now. The Nyaya Setu AI chatbot, the Department of Justice, the chatbot will be live in December, in which a normal person who don't know more about the legal remedies or the schemes of the government in which he can get a remedy rightly to have assistance from a scheme called Nyaya Bandhu. There are some schemes in which if you are not able to hire a lawyer, how you can get those things cleared. They are developing this Nyaya Setu AI chatbot. A basic query is like, मैं 60 वर्ष का बुजुर्ग हूँ, मुझे समाज के अंदर परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है, मेरे पास कमाने की आय का कोई साधन नहीं है, क्या मेरे लायक कोई समाधान है? Then the bot will come up with the legal remedy that these are your legal remedies. If you are having a kind of a harassment from the society, you can file the case on these lines and all. So it's a more of a assistive thing for the citizens that we are developing. Mari Yojana chatbot is we are developing with Government of Gujarat, in which more than 75 plus schemes are being ingested, and when you go to that particular chatbot, it will give you which scheme is best for you. If I go to the chatbot and say that मेरी 6 साल की बच्ची है और वह विकलांग है, मेरे लायक अगर कोई scheme है तो मुझे बताएं, and the bot will come up with in the Gujarati only. The bot will respond back that these are the schemes available and these are the steps to apply for those particular schemes. We do Mann Ki Baat. Every time when Prime Minister goes live, we transcribe the Mann Ki Baat in 12 different languages simultaneously, and then more 12 languages, to ensure that whenever Prime Minister is interacting with the general public, the transcripts are readily available and you can read those transcripts in your own language. Ministry of Education. Now I'll request Harshita to please come in. This is an interesting use case. If anyone from Education Department here? Anyone from Education? You'll be knowing Diksha Portal and Rashtra E-Pustakalaya, all this. So they were also available in the Hindi English only. So when Bhashini came into action, we first translated the entire content. The challenge that we got while doing the translation was, when you are actually translating a PDF, things are getting broken, right? The matras, the halans, the visargs and other things were getting broken. So challenge came to us is like, when you're applying a TTS, text to speech functionality on that particular PDF, if your text is broken, you cannot get a right output also, right? So that challenge also, that also goes beyond our scope. But what we did is we created a utility that corrects the output of the PDF. So Harshita will show you like how we created that utility to ensure that whenever the PDF is getting translated, उसका context ना बिगड़े और जो content PDF में लिखा है वो ही API में पास हो, ताकि कोई व्यक्ति अगर सुनना चाहता है, text allowed feature जो दीक्षा का है, जिसमें you can play the entire book with a play button. How it works?
So previously,
बांसुरी एक कक्षा 3-12 हम अपने आसपास विभिन्न प्रकार के पेड़ पौधे देखते हैं। इस अध्याय में आप पर्यावरण के
So previously the source text was extracted, the source text we extracted was broken, and so that's
So this
why
is the actual OCR output of source text, right? All matras are distorted, the numbers are distorted, and then what happened?
So after correction, we run it through our pipeline models, and after the correction, we got the corrected text. And then when we use the read aloud feature, we will
माध्यम से उनके हित को समझ सकेंगे और अपने आसपास के बाग, बगीचों, उद्यानों, जंगलों आदि में सैर करते हुए उनकी सुंदर.
So this is the correct audio output we are getting, and previously.
So Diksha portal is like, if you're from education department, ma'am, you know, Diksha is having a lot of repository of the books across India and across languages getting uploaded on the Diksha portal. It's a mandate coming from NCERT that if you want to have a digitized version of the books, you have to get it from Diksha. So we solved this problem in a record time of 2 months, sir. Because that was a challenge not related to OCR, but after OCRing it, how you correct it. So Bhashini OCR models were used. And then after getting that particular thing OCR'd, we created a different pipeline model to correct this particular text. So this is the actual Diksha portal. It will get loaded. Read aloud.
So this one is a Assamese book text. So
Bahosti tehosti stor uddhagani ke kolekba hokere kolekba hoker pasodhai sariroto kaim beta kudde dikhisela timoi lobkir sunicheot udos.
So people knowing Assamese here might be able to identify that the text it's pronouncing they are broken. So we were encountering these same issues with the Hindi text also. We covered it for Hindi, and the output we are getting is here. And in the same manner, we can do it for Assamese also.
It will be implemented because the solution is now given to the NCERT team. They will integrate it in the main Diksha portal. When the moment you are uploading the PDF, the teacher or the state council is uploading a PDF, then and there only the things will be fixed. So it will, sir.
I have seen the same in Assam, and I download the Seva textbooks. In fact, they are 150 MB files because it's sometimes kept in email. To keep the text pure. See, what we are doing is first we are creating a problem and then we are trying to solve the problem. It was text, pure text could have been kept in Unicode and then a book could have been created. For various reasons, the same government organizations are creating bad quality textbooks. We are not respecting that there is text stored here, and you're putting all the effort now to fix up a problem instead of going to the root cause.
Right, sir.
So, you know,
so sir, these are for
the
the
problem is the downstream or upstream, whichever way you look at it.
Right.
So now I've been asking my education colleagues, why is it that Assam government textbooks are 150 MB files? Why is it an image? Somebody has created it on a computer. Why wasn't Unicode used?
Yeah.
Why wasn't kept as pure text? So you are solving the wrong problem, isn't it?
These are the sins of
there than to fix it here.
So
these are waste of computing the source.
These are the sins of PageMaker era. So these are all old books, no new books, or old.
Then shouldn't we tackle at the source PageMaker level and fix it there?
Now things are getting like the Adobe.
If we continue doing this, then people will continue making documents of this category.
Right. Now, new softwares are actually catering to this problem, sir. These are the old books, like NCERT old age books.
They are still in circulation now, so that can be a concerted effort of the departments across. NCERT should tell everyone that respect that text is text. It is
standardization.
Standardization. It's not an art form.
Right,
Unicode should necessarily be used, and then and PDF is a jail with font. That has to be fixed.
Right.
Just because we have big guns doesn't mean we should use the guns. Maybe there's a simpler solution for it.
It's a kind of a rework, but still it is for the old books, NCERT books, for which they required solution. The new books that are coming are actually not having this challenge of breaking of the text.
That was one question. I mean, fantastic. But going back to while I have the mic, the previous ones also, when you're speaking about all those chatbots, etc., I once again realized that Bhashini was fundamentally about language. You know, you move from one to the other. But once you go into the chatbot territory, now we're calling for a large language model, kind of a world knowledge of sorts, which can answer a query. Even if you're using a RAG kind of a solution, it still calls for understanding those documents, which is not in the area of Bhashini at all. So why are we going into a territory which is not yours? Because then we may give a suboptimal solution.
See, you know, as far as Bhashini's thing is concerned, we are not venturing into chatbot territory. What we are doing is that there are two parts to the entire thing. Currently, our challenge which has been there is that the LLMs are not so good in the local languages, right? So essentially, the English LLMs are good in at least doing whatever English documents are. So we are basically looking at a pipeline which is, you know, the voice pipeline plus the translation pipeline, which feeds into the LLM as a prompt and then gets back the answer, right? Now, in that territory, we are not, our idea is to, for doing these chatbots, is to actually give the entire industry the expertise of using those models and building those voice journeys. After that, we are like, you know, kind of moving out of that. So it's not going to be our business at all. It's going to be industry knowledge. So like, for example, currently KPMG is working with us, Deloitte is working with us, E&Y is working with us. So over a period of time, we expect, otherwise what they were doing was, they were creating chatbots with IVR. It's AI-based IVR. So, you know, one question said, second question asked, third question asked. But if you look at what we have done for CP Grams is that we have created it completely conversational. The language is getting detected automatically, and you have shown the CP Grams chatbot? Huh? Shown, huh? So the idea is to actually ensure that those technologies are built into the chatbot so that, you know, we are not left behind when we are actually looking at it. So
that mine is a very specialized area.
That is a specialized. No, companies. No, we are not packaging. We are not.
They show a chatbot, then it leaves that Bhashini can deliver chatbot.
No, we are basically saying that currently, if you actually look at it, the way we are delivering chatbot, it is very high-end as far as industry is concerned. But we don't intend to stay in that area. Our idea will not be to actually create a kind of a training of the LLMs or building of the LLMs. Those are not the area. Yeah. हो सकता है कि, you know, one day down the line government may want us to do that, but right now that is not the mandate. That is not the mandate, and our idea is to push those technologies into the system so that people start learning it out. Otherwise, chatbots were text, they were not on voice because many of the people were feeling that voice is not accurate, etc., etc. So those are the reasons why we have pushed it across into this. And whenever we are doing also this, we are outsourcing it. We are not doing the RAG pipeline, etc. on our own. We are basically leaving it.
नमस्कार, आज हम देखेंगे कि हमारा चैटबॉट जब सीपी ग्राम्स पोर्टल के साथ पूरी तरह लिंक हो जाएगा तो वो कैसा दिखेगा। अभी जो आपको सामने दिख रहा है वो एक डमी पेज है जिसमें कि दाईं तरफ एक चैटबॉट का आइकॉन है जिससे चैटबॉट खुल जाएगा। चैटबॉट खुल गया है। अब मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि अगर मैं इसको एक दूसरी विंडो में खोलने की कोशिश करूं तो ये हमको वापस सीपी ग्राम्स पोर्टल में रीडायरेक्ट कर देगा। ये देखिए यहाँ पे सीपी ग्राम्स पोर्टल जो ऑनलाइन पोर्टल है वो खुल गया है। तो आगे बढ़ते हैं। मैं एक शिकायत दर्ज करने की कोशिश करता हूं।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रोहित जोशी है। मैं एक किसान हूं और पिछले साल मेरी फसल बर्बाद हो गई, पर मुझे इसका कोई वजीफा प्राप्त नहीं हुआ। कृपया आप मेरी यह शिकायत दर्ज कर इसका कोई समाधान निकालें।
So here we have delivered one point. As soon as he starts speaking in Hindi, the entire website starts translating out. Now this is something which was not available as of now. You know, people were going across, so he detects the language, changes the web page into the language of this thing, right? Second is that, you know, it is like I telling what is my problem. So it is conversational. So we wanted to bring these concepts into the chatbot, why we are trying to make it across. Otherwise it will be old wine put into the new bottle, that's all.
But from this point onwards comes the role of something fundamentally different.
No, here also.
From this point on.
Yeah, no, here also, once the transcription has happened, what we are insisting on these vendors and the people is that there are a lot of NERs here, right?
Rohit Joshi.
If you can pull out those NERs, then your LLM load is less and you are able to do it
एक
much
किसान
quicker.
बताता है कि उसकी फसल पिछले साल नष्ट हो गई थी और उसे वह वजीफा नहीं मिला है जिसका वह हकदार था.
So here the LLMs come into picture and categorization happens. But I have detected Rohit Joshi. I can detect that this is, you know, where is the place where he is coming across and which is the Be My Earth. That's it. Yeah. So
this is so big part of it. That's where the creep, the scope of language and the intelligence.
I agree.
Are kind of merging. So
yeah.
So we'll take the last application. After that, we'll quickly move to the data. Chitralekha, I request Harshita to come and demonstrate the Chitra Anuvad. This is the video to video translation. Suppose if you get one video in English and you want to get it translated to Assamese quickly, along with the editing thing also. You mainly don't want only an output of a video, but you can edit it where the things are going wrong in terms of translation. The workbench gives you a full access to translate the video from one language to another. Credentials के लिए है ना यहाँ पे साइट खुली हुई है ना? Wait. Let me log in.
your pipeline is increasing. It's not that. There's nobody else moving.
Is there? Yeah, I see it only. Password check कर लो. Yeah.
ये है ना?
ये है ना? So government departments and organizations produce thousands of videos that are training modules, awareness campaigns, news clips, and educational content. But most of the content exists only in one language. Doing it, that is manual translation, costs so much, is slow your translation. From speech recognition to translation to voiceover to final video generation, while ensuring high linguistic accuracy, natural sounding voice, context-sensitive translation, and fast, scalable, cost-effective multilingual video creation. Here is the demo how the system works end to end. Here, we'll go to the Create New, and we'll select the source language from which we have to translate our video. Here, we can select, I'm doing it for Assamese speech, CM speech. So we'll select Assamese, then target language in which we are going to translate the video. It will be English for now, and then we'll select the voice. The whole model works in 3 stages. First, transcription happens, then the translation, and then the voiceover. So for translation, we'll select AI for Bharat model, transcription, and for translation and for voiceover, we'll select IITM V1. Here we will select the media which we want to upload here.
So for the ease of demonstration, I have already uploaded and made the task. So we'll directly go to the task section. These are all the 3 steps. Once the transcription gets completed, only then the translation section will be enabled for the edit purpose. Now for transcription, we'll go to the edit section. Here, as we can see, this is the video and this is the transcription of the video. The people or the person who is doing this translation or transcription can go and check over, and we have this edit feature where one can edit the transcription as per their knowledge and ease. Then we'll save it and submit it. Here the transcription process is completed now. Once the transcription is completed, we can see the translation is enabled. Now we can go to edit, and here we can see this is the translation. So this is the video, and it's been in it is in Assamese and translated to. Sorry, I must have selected Hindi, so it has been translated into Hindi. From here, we'll save this and then submit. Once this is done, so the voiceover part may take some few seconds. Here it is getting enabled. From here we can check the voice of the translated.
जो आता है पहले भाग से जो
So basically the entire workflow is like this, that the video is created, video is uploaded, then it is first transcribed. In the first task, you were able to edit the transcription also. If you find any errors there, you can edit that. Then secondly, it gets translated. Then it is translated to your target language. These are the cards of the translated version that we had got. That also had the edit option available. And after that is the voiceover. So even here, if you find any, you can listen to all the cards that are being created. And if you find any problem in the voiceover, you can edit the text here. And after you save it and complete the task. So you will be able to download the entire video. Also, for all the tasks like the transcription, the translation task, you have the option of downloading the files. So basically, if you want to have the download in, for example, SRT file or the text format, so different formats are also there. You can download at every task level also, and you can export it to your system.
So here it's taking a little time to complete the process.
Can you refresh it? Just refresh the page. Go to Chitra Anwar.
नहीं इसमें हमने फाइल दिया था ना, डाउनलोड किया हुआ था, डाउनलोडेड फाइल है ना.
So here you can now download the file also. So we have the downloaded version also available with us, and you can have the Assamese version and the corresponding Hindi version. And please let us know if there is any discrepancy or wherever we can enhance the accuracy of the video. Is the video downloaded?
So can you just come? So it's downloaded.
Yes, so you can, the downloaded video also has different formats.
पहले भाग से जो आता है सरकार के जितने भी स्थानांतरण आदेश निकलेंगे, पोस्टिंग निकलेगी, दिशा निर्देश ओलाब नियम ओलाब विनियमन सामने आएगा। अधिसूचना कार्यालय ज्ञापन सामने आएगा।
So this is how actually we didn't perform any editing in the text. Maybe some wrong words must have captured. So this is how we'll get the translated video in just fraction of seconds or minutes, despite these.
So there are 2 or 3 things which are there in this. One is that you can edit the transcript which is there, so you can remove the minor errors which creep in. The second is that if you actually see the video, the lip sync is not happening. You know, it is not. Yeah. We are working on technologies which will actually do the lip sync also, but that is going to take some time to come. But that is on. We are working on that particular area. No, the cloning is there. We have cloning, but we haven't applied it here on voice cloning. So we can clone his voice and put it into. That's the current state of it. That's the current state of it. We have the cloning part of it.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trisha, and I'm going to be doing a session on data. It's going to be a little technical, but it also will be very interactive. Requesting you to please scan this QR code. This will take you to the presentation, and we will have a little bit of a interaction and question and answer in between. If you're not able to, if the QR code is not working, you can also go to menti.com and enter the code, but it is quicker to do via the QR code. Already 26 people are here. Okay, while people are joining in, we'll start with like a first question. You've heard a lot about Bhashini today and have got a very deep dive into how it works. So which government department or citizen service in Assam, according to you, can benefit from Bhashini? And if you've logged in, you'll be able to just type your answer. All departments. Anyone facing challenges in logging in? Okay. Okay, most people have said all departments, and education seems to be on the top. Okay, very encouraging. Just one more question, and this is something we do wherever we go. according to you, how many dialects, not just languages, how many dialects are spoken in Assam? And I think some people from linguistic departments are also there. Is there any consensus on how many dialects of Assam there are?
Amazingly multimodal. Across the ballpark. We have no idea.
Okay. So most people are saying around 50. Yeah, so Bodo, Assamese and Bangla would be the three main languages, but within those languages there might be regional variations, dialects. It's for most languages it's very difficult to estimate how many dialects are there. With technologies like Bhashini, we'll have some sense of what is the diversity of dialects that are spoken in our country. Okay, so most people are saying many dialects, right? Some people are saying there are about 100 dialects, 150 dialects. So today's session is about a very complex technology. We heard a lot about how AI is built, the data behind it. But behind this complex technology is very simple language data, especially when it comes to language AI. So we'll try to demystify it a little bit. I try to understand what goes into making language models. So key takeaways from this session would be, how do we unlock the data potential? We talked about how much data requirement is there in earlier session. So how do we achieve that? How do we close that gap? How do we strengthen the Bhashini ecosystem? And then we'll talk about how we foster local AI capacity. And also talk about how to create skilling opportunities, right? We'll touch upon all of this a little bit, but mainly focus on what is the data ecosystem that is required to build strong models in Assamese. Right, so we'll first look at open language data. So open language data is data that is available in the open source domain for anyone to use, right? So here's a comparison of all the data that is available in the open source ecosystem. So English is the dominant language. It's the language of the internet. So when you just look at voice data, in the open source domain, there are more than 5 lakh hours of data that are available, structured, very good data. But when you look at Assamese, there's only 550 hours available, as far as we know, right? And not all of it is structured or digitized, but it is there. We know 550 hours are there. Then we look at text. So in comparison to English, text data in Assamese also is very, very low. It's less than 0.1%. Right? So this is, in English, the data is measured in petabytes because there's so much data. In Assamese, we are still in gigabytes. And even when we look at closed source domains, right? So closed source domain data is generally collected by big tech organizations. Usage data that is used to power Google Assistant, Siri, Alexa, all the voice agents that are used in various different languages. Even when you look at that, Assamese voice data is very small. Right? So people don't usually use these services using Assamese language. So if you compare English to Assamese, the numbers are very, very different. Even Hindi is just 8%, but Assamese is even lower. Right, so how do we solve this? And this is what the session is about. So just because we have 0.1% of data doesn't mean our models are that much worse. Right? So we are able to build very strong models with a fraction of the data. So how are we doing that? We will learn in this session. So we do this by 3 main things. We expand the existing corpus, we build our data workforce, and then we partner. Okay? These are 3 main ways how we are building Bhashini's models and how we are building the language AI ecosystem in our country. So there's a data to model improvement framework. So we want to look at how rich the ecosystem is, how mature the ecosystem is by language, right? So we look at, for some languages, there might be no data or no deployable models that are available. We might be in a limited maturity stage where you have 1 or 2 models, you have some data, so something can be done, but you're still limited. You can be in an adequate stage where you have a few different models that you can experiment across various different tasks, and you have a growing corpus of data that is then fueling rich stage of maturity, which is where we want to reach. So we want all the languages, 36 languages, how many ever dialects, to reach to a rich maturity. So when you don't have any data, when you're in that absent stage, you have to work on data creation. When you're in a limited stage, you work on data corpus expansion. When you're in an adequate stage, you can actually start providing services, right? You can do that in the limited stage as well, and quickly move to adequate stage. And then finally, you reach a rich stage, which is the goal of Bhashini. So when you look at languages, in the absent stage, Bodo, Dogri, Prakrit, these are the languages for which very limited data or no data is available. Assamese is in that limited stage. It's somewhere between limited and adequate, where you have a few models, you can deploy them, but then you're not in that adequate stage where you can look at dialect level data richness. Right? In the rich category, only Hindi and English are considered rich, where there are several models, where there are contextualized models as well, fine-tuned models as well. Very task-specific models are available in Hindi and English at this stage. And so another question. So what is the purpose of having this cascading data to model maturity framework? Why are we even talking about absent models or mature models or adequate capacity and limited capacity? Is it to guide AI policy making? Is it to create awareness? To adapt AI strategy? Or is it to improve end user experience? So only 7 people have answered. We'll wait for a few more responses. So the correct answer is all of these things, right? But this helps us see like what we consider as our top priority. It seems like the top priority right now with this group of people is to improve model accuracy, right? And improving model accuracy will improve your end user experience. One very important reason to categorize your maturity level is to also adapt AI strategy. So if you only have limited amount of data, then you have to focus on data creation. If you only have a limited number of models, then you need to develop model building capacity within the state. Right? So all 5 things are important. Creating awareness is also one reason for doing this, to understand where the language AI capacity right now is, so that your strategy can be tailored accordingly. Okay, so what happens to data as Bhashini? So this is the data life cycle, right? So all of the data that is created is then converted into a corpus. The corpus is then sent to annotation, and then the data sets are published so that the AI ML community can develop models on top of it. Once the models are developed, they are then deployed, hosted on Bhashini. And after models are deployed, then an evaluation, feedback and evaluation cycle begins, which then guides the cycle of data creation, corpus creation again. Right? So AI is a life cycle, so you have to constantly be on that flywheel, but the more mature you become, the better the models perform. Right, so today we are going to mostly focus on the first 3 steps. We'll talk about how data is created, we'll talk about corpus creation, and then we'll also talk about what annotation and labeling means. So what kind of data is useful for training models? In order for data to truly create good models, and especially when you have limited amount of data, your data needs to be very, very relevant. It needs to be very, very diverse. It needs to be safe, definitely. It needs to be huge, right? Like large enough to create, and we'll talk about how much data is required to actually build a basic model. And then all your data also needs to be labeled. So what do I mean when I say that data needs to be relevant? Your data needs to be aligned to the use cases that it is powering. So if your model is based on only textbook data, then it won't be able to generate advisories, right? If it's trained on primary school textbooks, on literature textbooks, then it won't be able to provide information on science and technology. Right? So for example, meeting transcripts can be used to make multi-speaker speech models, like you saw when Shruti Lake was being showcased, when transcripts were being generated. That kind of data can be used to train models to generate meeting transcripts of any kind. Data also needs to be diverse. So you have to include data from different genders, from different age groups and regions. If data is only trained in urban geographies, then it might not work with rural dialects and rural way of speaking. If it's focused on only a few districts, then there might be districts where it will not work. Using local dialects, handwritten forms, contextual information, all of that should be present in the data as much as possible in order to work for that particular use case and context. Right? So somebody mentioned idioms. How can AI understand idioms? So you have to train it with data around idioms, and that is the only way how AI will eventually start understanding local idioms. Right, so how much data is required? You need a lot of data. We heard about that 1 million sentences were generated for Assamese and Bodo, but for a very basic model, at least 100,000 sentences for a very small use case is required. So if you want to build a very general purpose model that translates all kinds of things, you need much more than that. For text to speech, you need at least 50 to 100 hours per use case. And for speech to text, you need at least 1,000 hours per use case. Right? And actual data requirement might vary depending on how complex the task is. So the more complex the task is, the more data that is required. So data also needs to be safe. DPTP rules guidelines are also out there. So first of all, data can either be low risk or high risk. Low risk data means data usually does not contain any PII. Things like anything that is out in the public domain, whether advisories, ebooks, FAQs, etc. All of this is considered low risk data. This can be shared, published anywhere without any risk. And you can also share this data over email. But then the other category of data is medium and high risk data. There might be PII in this data, so but consent is mandatory if that is the case, and consent from the data principal is required. And this data can only be shared through encrypted channels, and you cannot publish it without anonymization. Right, so you only need to, any contributed data, any data that is used to train model should be in the public domain, should either be in the public domain or it should be clearly eligible under fair use. So any copyright declaration, CC00 or any public domain sort of usage should be permitted. If not, then there should be documented and traceable consent from the data principal. That means if you're collecting someone's voice, that person's consent should be there, right? And it should be recorded somewhere, and it should be revocable as well. The last thing is, before training AI, your data should be structured. It should be clearly segmented. There should be information about who is speaking, what is the gender of the person who is speaking. All of this needs to be present in the data before it can be used to train models. Okay. So another question, what should be the gender distribution of an audio data set for training an AI model? So you have an AI model. What should be the split of male to female voices in the data when you want to train the model? Okay. So most people are saying depends on the use case. That's absolutely correct. Usually a 50-50 distribution is required in most use cases. Sometimes that is not required. If you're training a model to just identify female voices, or you're training a model to correct for some bias in the model itself. So it really depends on the use case and also the population distribution that you're trying to serve. For example, if you're building a model for ASHA workers or Anganwadi workers who are generally overwhelmingly female, then you don't need 50-50 distribution. Right, so how do you grow this data? Now we looked at what kind of data should be there, but how do you grow it? Right? So there are 3 categories of data generation. So one thing is you can go to the community and ask them for their data, right? Ask them for their language knowledge. You can do very targeted data collection and collect data directly from the citizens. The second is usage data generation. So you saw, just now we looked at Chitra Anuvad and how we were transcribing and correcting the transcripts that were generated. All of that data can be used to refine the models. Right? So when you use AI, you generate data, and that data is very contextual and can be used to make the models better. You can also integrate Bhashini API into all your services, especially the high traffic ones. That is another great source of data. And you can also look at enriching existing data that is already present within government departments. And we'll discuss how to do that. So the first category. So there are 2 ways you can collect community data. You either design targeted data collection activities. For example, in Odisha, Odisha government has developed a platform for generating content where citizens can come and type letters and donate their voices, and that gives, that's a great channel of data creation. Or you can have data collection drives, activities where you send people out into the field to collect data from people. We also have a platform, Bhashadan, which is a centralized way of collecting this data. There we can do domain-specific data collection drives. It's there on the Bhashini website. You can log in, you can select Assamese and generate text data. You can donate your voice. You can also transcribe existing voice samples. So Bhashadan works on a contribution and validation framework. So you contribute your voice, and people within your community also validate whether your contribution is correct or not. Right? So if you've translated something, if you've converted one text to another language, then somebody else checks that and says whether this is correct or not. Right? So there's Bolo, Suno, Likho, Dekho. In Bolo you speak. In Suno you listen to an audio and then you transcribe it. In Likho you translate one text to another language. In Dekho you look at images and then you look at the text that is there in that image and type it out. So it's very simple to do Bhashadan, very minimal requirements. Basic internet is required, and even if you spend 5 minutes doing this, even if so this is a, because this is a crowdsourcing approach, just a very small amount of time, but with large number of people can generate a lot of data. It only takes you just need a smartphone and you need to be able to log in, and then you can do this, right? And you only need to know one language if you know one language, you can read and speak in one language, you can do bolo. If you can speak and write in one language, you can do suno, you can do dekho. If you can write in one language, for likho, you need at least 2 languages, right? You need to have bilingual skills. And we can also do Agridan. So Agridan, this is something that we're doing with Maharashtra government, with one department, where we're doing domain-specific Bhashadan. There, in order to improve the accuracy of agricultural use cases. So here this one example is with Pokhara department. Here the department officials were the participants in the first phase, and then it's going to be expanded to extension employees and then finally farmers. Right? And the outcome of such things would be better quality data for agricultural domain, which can be used to train models for farmer advisories. Similarly, you can do Edudan and build solutions like oral reading fluency in Assamese. You can collaborate with departments like SCRT to do this. You can similarly do Health Dan. Right? So domain-specific Bhashadan is where we are focusing right now, because that is what the requirement is, especially in languages where we have limited maturity. So with Bhashadan, which groups of people can be mobilized to donate voice and language data in Assam? This is another question. Just checking engagement. So we do this generally with students and government officials, but which other groups of people in Assam? We've also thought about teachers, we've thought about healthcare workers, pensioners, anyone in Assam who will have the time to do an activity like this. Ex-servicemen. Someone is saying Homo sapiens. So yes, students seem to be, so we've spoken to teachers about this in Maharashtra, and teachers generally don't have the time to do things like this, but students generally have. Rickshawalas will be very interesting. Okay, very interesting answers. Okay, and what domain of Bhashadan does your department need? Like we spoke about health, we spoke about education. Any other domains where you think that more data would be required and there'll be less data in Assamese? Sorry? Legal terminologies, yes, sorry. Yeah, so legal dan, if we were to conduct legal dan, who could we ask? Soil climate related, yes. So almost all technical fields, geospatial fields as well, and agriculture definitely, there is domain specific Bhashadan that is required. Okay. Okay, thanks for this. I think we are almost getting to the end of this. So we talk about usage data generation. This is the more scalable type of data generation module. So how can this be done? You can use Bhashini tools for data generation. So you saw Chitra Anuvad. Here you can see the Bhashini mobile app. So anytime you use Bhashini mobile app and you provide your feedback, right? You can see thumbs up, thumbs down. So that is data. That is data for us to train models. So when we do this in Assamese, if enough people do this in Assamese, we can generate a lot of data directly from Bhashini. Right? And similarly, Shruti Lake, Anuvad, Chitra Anuvad, the more you use this, the more feedback you provide, the more this data can be created very quickly. Then there is the NHLT platform, and we saw how Bhashini API and translation services can be plugged directly within the website. Right? So this is Rail Madad on the left. So anytime you use this for PNR or anytime you're translating it, there is the translation CTA on top. And this is something that a lot of people use. So if enough people in Assam start using Rail Madad, right, and we include Assamese also in a language, this is also a great source of very contextual data. So this is data, even if the translations are not correct, right? So this gives us, this generates a body of data then can be checked and verified and improved. So the last type of the channel for data creation is enriching existing data, data that is already there, either via usage data generation or via community data creation. How do you enrich that data? Right? So the first way is annotation and labeling, and the second way is AI conscious digitization. So where we, for example, Sir was saying earlier about NCERT textbooks, how the PDFs are not AI ready. They are there in some legacy font, or there's a processing pipeline that is required to make them AI ready. But if you create data with that consciousness that it needs to be used to train AI models, that could be another great source of data generation. Right, so annotation and labeling is you look at existing data and then you convert some semi-structured or structured data and you provide more details. I'll take you through how that works. And AI conscious digitization is, there might be data in archival storage, or there could be data within institutions that could be leveraged, that could be digitized and then made AI ready. So commonly available data types that is within the government departments. So you can have long form text like ebooks, reports and journals, which is a lot of text data. You can have short form text, which could be advisories, SMS blasts, and chatbots and those kinds of things. You can also have audio data from IVR helplines and those kinds of places. You can also have visual text materials like IEC materials that are produced for various activities, awareness campaigns, or you can have scanned documents from either government circulars or even handwritten notes from in various departments. And so any text data first needs to be converted into a parallel corpus, audio data needs to be converted into a voice corpus, and any visual data needs to be converted into an image corpus. A parallel corpus essentially is 2 rows of data, right? So you will have various different columns. You will have data in one language, and then you will have the translation in another language, right? So any data that you contain, that you have, needs to be first converted into this kind of a format before it goes for further processing. Similarly for voice corpus, you need to have the file, like the URL wherever it is stored in the correct format. You also need to have some details about it, like transcribed text is very important. Without any transcript, an audio file cannot be used for training AI. And you need to have some contextual information, like how many speakers are speaking, how much culture, which domain does it belong to, If you have audio duration, all of that information can really help downstream. Right. So similarly for image, you need to have the image, you need to know which file type it is, you need to have the exact transcript of the text that is there, some source, you need to know which source it came from. Right. So just having a set of files is not sufficient, you also need to prepare it in a certain format. This is a very minimum viable format of creating data. Right. So in your department, what is the kind of category of language data that is generated? Do you have machine readable documents, or do you mostly have scanned copies? This is another question time. Mostly scanned copies, huh? So a lot of people are saying others. What is in others? Like videos? Okay. So most data in government departments is generally scanned copies of documents, which might not be machine readable, which will need to be converted into a machine readable format before it can be utilized. Okay, this is helpful. And there's audio files as well. So audio files are very useful. Even if you don't have the transcripts, we can still look at that data and see how we can come up with a strategy for creating transcripts. Right? We have workbenches like Chitra Anuvad for it. Okay. So lots of scanned copies of documents. And would this mostly be in Assamese or English? English. Okay. So some information we got already, but is it the data that you have, is it digitized and structured? Or is it digitized but unstructured? Or is it undigitized? Okay, so most people are saying undigitized, and this undigitized also is mostly in English, correct? Okay, so 5 people are saying digitized and structured. It'll be interesting to know if you have digitized and structured data that already is very close to being AI ready, and we can definitely see how it can be used to improve models. Great, this is excellent information. Thanks for this. Okay. Okay, so we will talk a little bit about what annotation means. I think we are at the end of this presentation pretty much. So we talked about data creation, we talked about corpus creation. Now the next stage is annotation and labeling. So how is data annotated? So you saw how the corpus was there. You have you have the original text, you have the translated text. But the process of annotation adds even more information to it, right? So some of this information that you're seeing on the left, some of it is machine generated, But the ones that you're seeing in yellow are usually human inputs. So a human has to look at this text, look at the translation, and give us some information about it, at least tell us whether this is acceptable or not. Right? So you can see the transcript right now, the translated text. Is it correct? Mostly correct? Okay, seems like it is mostly correct. Right, but if it is not correct, when a human is annotating, they have the opportunity of correcting that text. And then the corrected text goes into the system. Similarly, you do this with audio data. I didn't bring my phone. I brought my phone. So, for example, there will be an audio file. So when you click on the file, sorry, I'll restart it.
গাদি হৈছে ভাৰতৰ হিমাচল প্ৰদেশ আৰু জম্মু কাশ্মীৰ ৰাজ্যত বাস কৰা এক অৰ্ধ ইণ্ডো আৰ্য জাতিগত ভাষিক জনগোষ্ঠী.
Right, so an annotator will listen to an audio file, like a file like this. Right, this is machine generated just for demo purposes. This could be like field data with a lot of noise, background, children crying in the background, things happening. And an annotator will look at that and give us all of this information, right? Whether this is, who's the gender, what is the gender of the speaker, are there any issues with this, is there any noise, is the audio quality clear, is there background noise, is there a long pause, right? So sometimes you'll get an audio that is 2 minutes long and there'll be mostly like 1 minute of pause and no sound. So you have a person listen to it and then tell us whether there are long pauses or not. Right, so another challenge though, so you listen to this, right, and then you see the translated text as well. So translation is a very subjective activity. Like there are many ways of translating a sentence. Two people will not translate the same sentence exactly the same a lot of times. There are synonyms, for example. And people from different domains could sometimes translate things differently. So how do you handle it? So you have the same sentence or same audio file annotated by at least 3 people, right? So what this does is gives us a representation of how many people, at least 2 out of these 3 people need to give us a pass score. If 2 out of 3 people are giving this particular set of annotation and transcripts the pass score, only then it goes and becomes a golden data set. You can have 5 people, you can have 7 people, depends on the complexity of the task. You need to have more than 3 or more people looking or listening to the same file, providing input, so that it can then be used for enriching the data set and also filtering out things that are not correct, right? So they, if you're having introducing subjectivity into the data is also important so that you get more contextual translation. So this is the method by which this entire life cycle that I showed you, this is the method that Bhashini's data collection system uses so that you can create very good models with not that much data, right? If you have millions and millions of hours of data, you can, there are ways of generating good output with very bad quality data, very low level of annotation and labeling. But if you have limited amount of data, you need to have good annotation and labeling so that it can be used to create better models. Right, so I think final question, if I'm not wrong. Which of these can be used to train inclusive, efficient AI models? Final question. Is it audio files with no transcripts? Is it audio files with machine generated transcripts or audio files with human reviewed transcripts? Okay. Right? So you, like most of you are answering this correctly, you do need, in the ecosystem that we are in for Indic languages, you do need humans to provide transcript. Without that, you cannot train AI models at this stage. Okay. And which skill is most important for annotating and labeling data? Do you need to know Excel? Do you need to know how to code? No. You just need to know the language and you need to have some knowledge of the domain. Right, so who can participate in data annotation? It's one of those activities that do not have a very high barrier to entry. It's a blue collar ecosystem that is being created where rural women are joining this workforce to generate language data. You need very basic reading, writing skills. You don't need to have a college degree. With 8 standard or 12 standard qualifications, you can conduct this activity. You just need access to a desktop or laptop. However, we are also creating tools that can that people can do annotation labeling on mobile also. You need to have some amount of internet connectivity, and you need to have at least 1 day of training. Right? That is very important. And what we've seen is you need to have at least an engagement period of 60 days because this is a skill that becomes better over time. So not short engagements, not gig work. You need to have stable positions where people can be trained to do annotation and labeling. And skill requirement, like we mentioned, is not that high. You need to have fluent reading and writing in English and at least 1 language, in this case Assamese or Bodo or Bangla. And some domain exposure, right? So if you, agriculture students are good for annotating agri-dan data, but you can also have people who have worked in the agriculture industry that can be involved in it. Some level of domain information is required. And so how do you create this digital workforce? I only have 1 slide on this because this is a very big topic and we all need to work together on this. But you need to first set up Bhashini labs, right? So you need to have department-led. This has to be a department-led activity where you're involving the local workforce to the local ecosystem to develop this workforce and work with academic institutions like IIT Guwahati and Guwahati University. Right? If you partner with universities, you can expand your annotation and labeling data workforce. And like I said, it's not you don't need a very high skill level or a lot of education. You can work with extension workers and people in the field to develop this workforce, and it is very, very highly required. Right, so we also want to understand how to take this forward. So we call this entire activity Bhashini Mitra, like your friends of Bhashini. And we need to have some coordinators who can help us drive this activity locally. One very important thing would be to identify some high impact use cases so that we can target our energies towards those use cases and then generate data based on what the actual requirements are. Right, so just a recap, like the purpose of this was to understand, I hope you were able, I was able to explain the data potential that exists within Assam, and then how do we use this potential to strengthen the Assamese Bhashini ecosystem. And then we also touched upon AI capacity that is required to build this and what are some skilling opportunities that can emerge out of it. Any questions? I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
We do have one more session, and should we actually do it or take it across? But I think we are already reaching the saturation point. So in that session, we have very minimal things. Language is also culture. And one of the things which we have to understand is that if we don't share culture or use that particular part to, expand, it will not work out. So we have a pillar called Pravakta, which is basically spokesperson. And there we are trying to do 2 or 3 things. One is to create community of people who are translators, who are computational linguists, who are users, etc., etc. So that's one set of, activity. If you look at the AI value chain, it starts from data collection, annotation, labeling, model building, translating, then you have workforce for vetting, and then you have users, and then you have feedback givers. So you have the whole value chain. So one of the digital properties which we have is Utsav, which is basically celebrating the your important events. So together with you, what we do with other states is that we pick up something which is not well known in the nation, but is very important for you or important for you, and we publish it in 22 languages so that everybody starts knowing about it. It's like taking it across. Community building, then Utsav is another part of it. And obviously, if there are conferences like Niti Aayog asks us, about 1 month back, there was a event in Amravati University, which was basically for all the classical languages. So there were 11 classical languages. I think Assamese is also one of the classical languages which has been put in. So we had this Shrutlek running, means the transcription which you saw in the morning, running across 11 desks. So now that was also a proliferation of the language as well as data creation activity, because what was spoken, now I have in multiple corpus. So utilizing this in conferences, etc., creates a lot of parallel corpus, and that parallel corpus can then be pushed into the annotation and labeling life cycle to actually improve the data sets which are there. So these are some things which we are wanting to do. If you want to do a quick rundown, do it, because you can only take 5 or 10 minutes. So.
Sure, sir. Okay, good afternoon, everyone here. So Bhashini Pravakta is the awareness and outreach program under which there are different key initiatives. The awareness program, Bhashini Utsav, leadership bites, customer stories, Samanvay, Pravah, Connect, news recognition, and much more. So awareness programs, we do workshops, seminars, and events to spread awareness about Bhashini. Like right here, right now, we are actually doing Rajyam workshop. We are spreading awareness about what is Bhashini services, the tools, the platform, the architecture, and much more. Then we have Bhashini Utsav. So we celebrate state important days, language days. So recently we have celebrated Dr. Bhupen Hazarika's 100th birth anniversary on 8th of September. Where what we did in that, I'll quickly go through, take you through the website of the Bhashini, where we are celebrating different Utsav from different states across the nation. So what we did, we transformed the complete tribute which was given by our Honorable Prime Minister to Bhupenda in all 22 Indian languages, supporting the TTS, text to speech. So you can play the audio and you can listen all these tribute content in any of the Indian languages. It's supporting 22 Indian. For example, I'll select Hindi. So it will quickly translate to Hindi. The complete content will be translated to Hindi. So we celebrate these kind of important language days across different states from north to south, east to west, to make sure we are, sharing the content of our culture and heritage, important days, our state days, our language dates in all 22 Indian languages. Then we have leadership bites. So we have different bites from our Honorable Prime Ministers, Ministers, Global Voices, which reaffirms that the language inclusivity is not just an idea, it's a national priority also. And we have customer stories also, so where people from different corners of our nation sharing their actual feedbacks, like how Bhashini's journey is impacting their real world solutions or real world daily life and needs. Then we have Bhashini Samanvay. So Samanvay is something, it's a kind of event which we do where different kind of innovation innovators, the startups all come together to co-create and to so basically they brainstorm on different real-world use cases to co-create solutions for different problem statements. Then we have Bhashini Prava. So Bhashini Prava is something, state-level engagement, which we do after the Rajyam workshop. Then we have Bhashini Connect. So Bhashini Connect gives a platform to the innovators, to the startups, to the industries to get the mentorship, to get the funding, to meet the right ecosystem for their path. Then we have News and Recognition System, News and Recognition section under Pravakta, where we list out our milestone, our honoring excellence, whatever the awards we have received till now, whatever the journey we are having till now, via press releases, via news articles, and other. So it all works on 3 basic pillars. We connect with you, we engage with you, and then we deliver the outcomes. And for more, you can explore the complete website, Bhashini Pravakta. You will find all the global voices. Yes, sir. So, as I mentioned earlier also, that we have celebrated Bhashini Utsav on 8th of September 2025. And we have made the complete content in 22 Indian languages, which supports the TTS, the text-to-speech translation. So you can just tap the, play the, the content, and you can listen to complete tribute given by our Honorable Prime Ministers into 22 Indian languages. And we would love to hear any of the important days that you want to populate in our Bhashini Utsav. That's all. Thank you.
To conclude today's program, I now invite Srimati Nandita Datta, IAS, Secretary to the Government of Assam Information Technology Department, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, Principal Secretary, sir, CEO Bhashini, esteemed guests, and colleagues from the different departments. As William Arthur Ward rightly said, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. It is with immense pleasure that I rise to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion, commemorating the signing of the MOU between Bhashini and the Government of Assam. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Minister IT and CS Sir in absentia for their gracious presence today and their insightful speeches, and their presence had added great dignity and significance to this event. We are also deeply thankful to the team from Bhashini, headed by CEO Digital India Bhashini Division, Shri Amitav Nag, who worked diligently and collaboratively to bring this MOU to fruition. Your enthusiasm, professional commitment, and alignment with our collective vision for inclusive language, technology, and governance contributions are truly commendable. My heartfelt thanks extend to all government officials, departmental representatives who have been involved behind the scenes. The planning, coordination, and execution of the ceremony, especially in forging this partnership, reflect your dedication. I thank the Language Mission team, the legal department, all other supporting staff whose efforts often remain unseen but are vital for making today a success. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of our special guests and invitees who took time out of their busy schedules to be with us today. Your engagement and interest reflect the importance of the endeavor we are embarking on. We believe that this collaboration between Bhashini and Government of Assam will open up new pathways for digital inclusion, language access, and empowerment in our state. A thanks to Vivanta Guwahati for the arrangement and hospitality. As we look ahead, we are excited about the possibilities that this partnership will bring, enabling multilingual governance, better citizen service access, and bridging the language divide. The true work begins now, turning commitments into outcomes and shared vision into tangible benefits for the people of Assam. On this note, Thank you once again for your participation, your support, and your belief in this endeavor. Let us move forward in the spirit of cooperation, innovative, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you all for your active participation throughout the day. Please join us for evening tea.